Howdy do, everybody! Bean the Braver coming to you live once again. Are y'all ready for some Minecraft? Are you ready for some yapping? Are y'all ready for a Bean stream? Cause I am. It's been a while once again. Oh boy, but welcome. Hello, everybody. We got Anthony Taylor saying the return again. Yep. Frogzilla, king of the frogs, making frog noises. Hello. Dear God, not Frogzilla. No, too bad he's here. Woo, so hello guys, welcome. I missed you. My necklace is crooked. There we go. I missed you guys. So yeah, it's been a few days since last stream. I didn't realize that last stream was last week's Mario Kart Monday, so oops. But in the meantime, I have been busy actually recording videos. I finished recording the next Stonevania episode, which was a big one, and I need to sit down and edit it. So I was actually busy working on that. And then my throat started to hurt, but not in a sick way, but in a you've overused your voice way. Which is weird because I didn't really overuse it. It just did that. So I'm like, okay, day of vocal rest. Let's see how it does. And then it felt better, but then I had to go do something. And oh yeah, I had to go to the dentist. That took me out for a few days. Cause you see, I have very sensitive teeth. So even the slightest poke makes me cry. I can't eat cold food, or sweet food, or hot food, or brush my teeth without some sort of tears forming because my teeth are super sensitive. So, as you can imagine, that's starting to affect how much I can brush my teeth. And I started to see a cavity forming, so I'm like, okay, fine, I'll go to the dentist. And I went to the dentist, and they were awesome. They were very sweet. They listened. They were understanding. And I told them, hey, my teeth are really sensitive because I've got connective tissue problems, and your mouth is kind of made of connective tissue. So, of course, it's going to affect the gums and nerves and stuff. And they were like, okay, so looks like you are due for a cleaning. And there are several more cavities in your mouth that we see that are in between teeth. So we're gonna take care of those today, but would you like Novocaine? Would you like us to use Novocaine so that we can clean and do our work without you, screaming and crying? And I was like, yes, please! Please, by all means, I don't want to feel a thing! Because I've never been the person who was nervous to go to the dentist. I've never been scared of the dentist, but as my teeth have gotten more sensitive, like I said, that just the thought of the metal tool scraping my tooth, just makes me viscerally uncomfortable, and I can feel the pain. So I was very nervous going in, but they said, okay, we'll do a cleaning and we'll fill in the cavities and we can give you Novocaine if you like, so you don't have to feel anything. And I was like, hell yeah. So they gave me a shot on one side, shot on the other side, let it get numb, so my entire bottom jaw was numb. And they went to work, and I immediately still felt pain. And they were like, okay, it's weird that you can still feel it through the Novocaine. Let's give you one more shot. So they gave me one more shot, so I was triple numbed in my mouth. And they went to work, they did the cleaning, they filled in the cavities, and everything came out fine and dandy. And while he was in there, the dentist was like, oh, I've got this little, enamel gel thing that you can put over sensitive teeth that serves as another wall of enamel so that the nerves don't get hit. I can put that on your teeth to see if it works, to see if that helps. And I was like, eh. He put it on, and so far that gel is actually working. It's making the little protective barrier that I needed. So I've actually been able to, crunch some chips the past few days without going, ah! So the dentist did a fine job. Everything turned out okay. It did take quite a while for the numbness to go away, and therefore it took quite a while for my ability to speak to return. So, Hence the no streams at the tail end of last week, because I physically could not use my mouth. But, as you can see, the teeth are pearly white. I am feeling good. I was gonna stream. No, actually, that's why I wasn't gonna stream yesterday. But as you know, yesterday was Monday, and usually we have our Mario Kart Mondays. Is that I didn't do Mario Kart Monday yesterday because that was my roommate's birthday. And she's one of my best friends. She's the one I drove out here cross country with. She and I are the ones that made the journey from the East Coast out here west together. So I took the day to celebrate the birthday with her, and we went shopping, which was a lot of fun. I was in my wheelchair, so I was able to keep up with her because she got long legs and she walked fast. So I was able to keep up with her. We got Starbucks, we got Subway, we went thrifting. Where else did we go? We mostly went thrifting. We found a bunch of different thrift stores and just kind of pinged around them. And lo and behold, I now have a new favorite outfit. I need to show you the fruits of our labors yesterday. So this hat was thrifted from a different place like last year, and I've been waiting for the perfect outfit to use it with. And I think I finally have it. I got parking space over here for the chair so I can stand up and show you. Look at this sweater. Look at this sweater. I gotta adjust the belt. Look at that. Yesterday was Tuesday. If you say so. Anyways, look at the dog. Look at the dog and his little beret. Talk about a thrift store find. And I got this paired with, I got like 5 different belts as well that were like $2 each. So now I have a bunch of sparkly belts. I got a skirt and the shoes I've had for a while. But now I'll post a full picture on the YouTube posts afterwards, but I am super proud of this outfit and I never want to take it off. So we found some good things. We found some good treasures while we were thrifting. I also got a bunch of funny looking bags. Hang on, I gotta show you. I'll play some background music and then I'll come and show you. There we go. Be right back. And again, these were all like $5 each. So I got this nice little holographic bag with all the different colors. I think holographic is like my favorite color. I love this style. So I'm excited to find an outfit to put together to match it. It doesn't stand up very well, so I need to put some stuff in it. On the floor. I got a little pink telephone. Which honestly, do you think that this one would go with the sweater? I don't know, I think it's too different of a pink. I need something more saturated to go with this one. I think it was supposed to have like a phone that came with it, but I asked them at the store and they were like, it didn't come with one, because, you know, thrifted. But I still think it looks cute. And then this one, look at the, it looks homemade, like somebody put those on like an ironed patch. But no, it came like this. And it's got like all the little pictures on the side of like, need more sleep, nope, coffee, saying I own you, you know, all your little basic things. But I love the graphic style and the goofy pair of eyes, especially after, you know, the last episode of Amazing Digital Circus. These eyes kind of remind me a lot of like the Digital Circus style of like Kinger and Kane. We're gonna be talking about Digital Circus as we terraform. You're already prepping for June. I have been prepping for warm weather outfits since last summer. And this piece of hair is going to annoy the hell out of me. Get underneath with your friends. Stop being antisocial. There we go. I also don't have my glasses on because they don't go with the outfit. So I might be a little blind. Anyways, that was my story of the weekend. Oh yeah, so yeah, yesterday was Tuesday. I went and celebrated a roommate's birthday on Monday, and then yesterday I just had to recover from going out and doing something because my body was like, oh, you moved? You wanted to have fun? How dare you? Bed for being for 1,000 years. So yesterday I just kind of had to lay down and recover. I was too tired to even like sit up and edit. So I just laid down and kept writing some more SS Hermit, watching some videos, doing some drawing. But now we are ready to get back in action. We are ready to jump back into the world of mining and crafting. Well, so let's switch the screen over. Switch this over. And today we are hopping into island life. Okay, my other city. And we are going to pick up where we left off with terraforming our island. Gotta make sure that my angle is good. There we go. There we go. Let's see, is anybody else on? No, just me today. We'll see. I think some of the others said that they wanted to stream later, so we might see some more people hop back in as we go. There's my, I left my bed over there. Okay. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. Boop. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. I saw that zombie walking towards me. There we go. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. You get wrecked is what you get. So it looks like... Oh boy, so it looks like our buddy Zen has been busy with building a house, and I think that island used to be bigger. I think he may have torn down half of it and like rearranged it. So I think a lot of people are doing what we're doing, where now that we have our islands set up and claimed, we're terraforming the islands themselves to make room for the builds that we want to build. So in our last episode, we discussed that I want to actually build a house because my plan for this server pretty much revolved around two projects, which was making the Finanouts, and then eventually heading over to Egg Rock Island, home of the rock that looks like an egg, and building a giant resort hotel. But those are both two pretty big long-term projects. And I realized that in the meantime, we need an actual home base to come back to while we're working on those long-term projects. And I want to have a house that's more than just a little watermelon shack. So I do love the little watermelon shack. It's nice and cozy, so I don't know if we'll get rid of it fully. I might make it like a garden shed in the back of the big house, but I want to build an actual house, and it's going to be like in the same modern resort style that I want the hotel to be in. So I think that this will be a good practice run for what materials we'll need to get that modern vacation home effect. But before that, we need to finish terraforming and fill in this little hole over here. We're going to do that by knocking down this hillside over here. And we're just going to keep going. We'll leave the house there for now. I think it'll be funny to like put it up on stilts. So I'm just going to dig underneath it. And we are going to just keep shoveling away. And it's raining. It's raining. Oh god, the 2000s just hit me with a bat. It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos, no need to ask why. Lettuce and cheese, beef. Lettuce and cheese, shells and meat. It's raining tacos from out of the sky. I have no idea if the song even continues after that, but good lord. Growing up in the 2000s with the internet just beginning to exist was super fun. But then you just had little pieces of media like that looking back on it, you're like, where the hell did that come from? It was fun. Being a 2000s kid was fun. You know, we had the Wii, we had the Nintendo DS. We had gumball machines with like the little squishies that you could get out of them, and people were collecting them so much that they got banned. It was a weird transitional era for the world, definitely. Like going from analog to digital. And we, the kids of the era, found out how to have fun with it. Oh, the Animal Crossing music. I also had an idea, island-wise. Because I want to make my modern vacation house, because that's the kind of architecture that I really like. But I also had the idea that it would be really fun to recreate, like, the Animal Crossing New Horizons island, and, like, put, you know, a little dog behind the counter and name it Isabel. That would be fun. Because I also have an idea, and this is something that I don't think I have the skill level to pull off now. I certainly don't have the time. But in the future, on my to-do list of builds is the Wii Sports Resort Island. I think it would be a blast to make a scale replica of Woohoo Island. Complete with all the little houses, the bike trails, the volcano, the boats out in the water. I think it would be awesome, and I'm sure that somebody's done it already, but I haven't seen it. So I think that would be a lot of fun, and like I said, I think that's such a big project. It is kind of out of my skill level for now, but who knows, if island life continues and we have, you know, multiple seasons, that could be a good project for down the line to keep in theme with the island life vibe. It would take a lot of work and a lot of dirt, but it would be so much fun. So I have that in my back pocket as something that I want to build eventually in my Minecraft career. I think maybe if I do that, then for that, my starter island would be the Animal Crossing New Horizons island. And then move on to Woohoo Island. Yeah, I'm thinking of Animal Crossing because last night, for her birthday, my roommate got herself just a regular Switch. So not the Switch 2, but just the Switch OLED, because for the longest time she's just had the Switch Lite, and she wanted to upgrade to one that she could actually plug into the computer. Sorrellis, hi Bean! Hello! Welcome, welcome! I'm thinking of Animal Crossing. Because like I said yesterday, for her birthday, my roommate got herself the Switch OLED so that she could actually plug it into a screen, because until now she's been using the Switch Lite. And so far she has been loving it. Like, the first thing she did was fire up Animal Crossing. And we talk about video games and stuff, so she fired up Animal Crossing, and for the past week, she started a brand new island, has been kind of building her island from scratch and showing me her progress. So yesterday, when she got the OLED set up and she got it hooked up to her computer, I joined her and deleted my original island. Sad to say goodbye. I'm gonna miss Quinn and Shino and Zell. Those are kind of the only ones that I'm gonna miss because they were cool looking. And I started over a brand new island. So maybe when we're done here, we can I can fire up the switch and head over there and show you what I have so far. So far, I haven't built anything. I've just been going through, you know, the tutorial section of arriving to the island, getting the tools, going through the tutorial of how to fish, so going through, like, the first day stuff. But I think when I log back in, I'm going to have a house. But now I've got Animal Crossing on my mind. Because the two villagers I started off with were two that I've never seen before. Sylvia the kangaroo and Sly the crocodile. So they're cool looking, but I wanna try for some cute villagers. I got lucky last time getting Quinn as my first one. And she's been there ever since. Well, not anymore because I blew up the island, but I was thinking, you know what I want to see? I want to see an Animal Crossing animated series that's done in the style of Parks and Recreation. Because now, like, every time I look at Isabelle and Tom Nook, I just think of Leslie and Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec. Like, that's them as animals. That's their personas. And it's the opposite. Every time I watch Parks and Recreation, I see Leslie and Ron Swanson, and I'm like, that's just Isabelle and Tom Nook as humans. So I think an animated series of Animal Crossing would be awesome. But it has to be done in the style of Parks and Recreation. Or The Office. Any kind of those, like, office... what's it called? Docudramas? There's a word for it, for that style, where it's a comedy, but then the characters talk to the camera. I would love that. Maybe, like, the first episode is a human moving into town, and it's all the animals getting together and being like, okay, so, like, what do humans like? How can we make them feel welcome? They like buying things, or they like taxes, right? We can make the human pay taxes if that'll make them feel more at home, and just completely missing it, but the human is just, you know, happy that they're trying. And it could be like the human feeling weird about, like, I'm in a town full of animals, there aren't any other human creatures here, I moved here from Woohoo Island, and there really isn't anybody in town who looks like me. I hope I can make a good first impression. And then they, like, immediately eat a hot dog, and the animals are like, ugh. Musical numbers and all? Yes, it needs to be a musical. It would be cute. It would be funny. Yeah. Have Tom Nook trying to wrangle his little Nooklings. I thought that Tom Nook was their dad, but they keep calling him, like, boss and our employer and our leader, and I'm like, is that just... Do they just call their dad their boss? Or do they just so happen to be two tiny, identical critters to Tom Nook? Or is it like, I'll adopt you and feed you, but don't you dare call me dad situation? And then eventually they do, and he cries. There's a lot of potential there. I need to put some torches down. Oh. That's all I have. I need to do another resource trip to get some more coal, and I'm almost out of my diamond shovel. But I'm excited to start over on the new island, because I think the last time I played, so when I got the Switch, I got Animal Crossing immediately. So I've had that island for the same amount of years that I've had the Switch. Which, considering it still feels like the Switch is pretty new, but then you remember that that came out like, well, like over 5 years ago. And in terms of like a piece of technology, that's a pretty long time. And already I'm starting to see the signs of wear and tear forming on my Switch, and I'm like, oh, I have had this for a while. But the island that I had, like I said, that was the one that I started up pretty much the same week that I got the Switch. So I've had that island for like 5 years, and I haven't done a damn thing with it. Oh, the Switch came out in 2017, New Horizons was 2020. Yeah, I didn't get the Switch when it came out. Ow! It was like a while before I actually got the Switch. Oh, that's a lot of creatures. That's a lot of creatures. Oh, dear. Yeah, so it was a few years before I actually got the Switch itself after it came out. Because, you know, money. And also, at that point, my 3DS was still working, and I was like, hey, I'm good. But then I saw people in college having fun with it, and I'm like, you know what? I want to try that. Let's see if I can knock it into the hole. Get out of here. Yeah! Now I can sleep. And it's probably going to be the same thing with Switch 2. I'll probably be able to afford the Switch 2 when they come out with the Switch 3. There we go. Let's fit in this little hole. After this guy dies. There we go. Oh, he's underground. He just hit himself with his own arrow. Anyways, let's bury him. There we go. Yeah, like I said, I've had my Animal Crossing island for a good long while, but I really haven't done anything with it. And I think I was like just progressing so slowly that I only just got the terraforming tools like last year. And I was like, I don't know what to do with these. Because here's the thing is that I haven't really been a big Animal Crossing player. I've played it mostly as what I call a lullaby game. Is that it's relaxing, it's quiet, and I would usually play it with the intention of going to sleep. So that's the game I would play before going to bed. And I just, you know, wake up with the Switch still in my hands. My character just like running into a wall because I had slammed down the joystick. So even though I've had the island for a while, I really haven't done anything with it. I got my 10 villagers, and then usually what I do is just do laps around the island, picking up seashells and weeds, and then I'd sell them, and then by that point I'd be asleep. So this time around, starting over with the new island, I want to see if I can actually progress the game a little bit quicker and actually get my hands on more recipes so I can actually build stuff. And so far, so good. So me and my roommate definitely want to sit down and have some more Animal Crossing game nights to play together. Which is nice, because we're both busy with our various works, and it's hit or miss with either of our energy levels, especially with mine. So having a little relaxing game night with Animal Crossing is good time to spend together. Zen, welcome, welcome! Hey Bean, good to see you on the SMP, yes! For those who don't know, Zen is my neighbor. That's his house over there. And today I am terraforming to see what I can do with the shape of this island. See if I can make it a little bit bigger, make room for an actual house. But also my roommate found someone on Etsy who makes amiibos, so you can get specific villagers to come visit your island. So I want to look into that to see if I can get some specific ones. I want to see who I can find first to see who I get with just luck of the draw. But I also really want Bianca. I need to check again if she's a white tiger or a snow leopard. But either way, she's awesome and I love her. I met her in Pocket Camp and I've missed her ever since. I want her back. Bianca and Quinn are my two girlfriends and I want them. Shino was cool too, but Shino was more of a best friend. Oh yeah, that's my bone meal maker. I'm gonna have to move that. By the way, audio check. You can hear the lo-fi, right? I'm not just singing to myself. Ooh, and the game isn't doubling, right? I just wrote, was the game audio doubling? Because I had the game audio on and the audio output capture on. And audio output capture captures all sound. So you might have been getting an echo on the game. The music is there. Awesome! I've been finding more music to add to the Stream Beats playlist. And I'm using my non-monetized time to experiment and see if anything gets a copyright ding, because it's all labeled on Spotify as copyright-free music, but the actual way the music is licensed might be copyrighted, even if the author titles it as no copyright. Because during Creator Carnage, I played a playlist that was labeled copyright-free background music for streams, and at least 5 songs got copyright dinged. So it's just a question of like picking and choosing specific songs out of those playlists that are actually safe, and then making your own playlist that is actually copyright-free. So I've picked up some more and we're gonna see afterwards if the video gets dinged. So far, sometimes you'll get a ding that says this music is copyrighted, but the author allows it to be used on YouTube, and that's okay. That's not a strike. Because I had that show up for my my Being the Brave theme music. You know, the music that I play at the beginning of like every episode. That dun 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 dun. First of all, I love that song. I found it on Artlist like years ago, and I've kept it. But since then, I found it on YouTube and Spotify as well. And that title song is called "Partly Sunny, Always Funny," which I feel is a perfect description of me and my antics, and I absolutely adore it. And I've been using that for like every single episode since my first episodes. But then it was like 2 episodes ago I got a ding that said, hey, that music is copyrighted. Don't worry, the author allows it to be used on YouTube. And I'm like, okay, good, because I'm emotionally attached to it. I am emotionally attached to that song. Oh, looks like our dirt is full. So let's go put this back. The person who made it is called like Pietro A, and he's only made like 4 songs. But if there is a way to get in contact with him to see if I could somehow have usage rights to the song to be like specifically my theme song, that would be cool, but I have no idea how that would work. Just so that if I decide that I don't want my Artlist subscription anymore, I can still use the song without getting dinged. There it goes, let's throw our dirt away. And we got 2 torches to use, nice. Because here's the thing, I've been using Artlist since, like, I've started using it like years ago when I first started making videos, and when I started using it, when I got the subscription, it was literally just a music library. So I got the subscription so that I could pick out music from the Artlist library, and I made my own little library of like all the music that you hear in the background of my episodes. But then, in like the past year, Artlist just completely shifted gears, and they specialize in like AI-generated content, which sucks, and I don't like that. But I still have the subscription so that I can use that specific library of music that I curated for my videos, and I'm trying not to pick out anything new, because now I'm like, well, there's no guarantee that any music I find now has been made by a human. I think the original songs seem pretty safe, because they all had like listed human people making them. But I think I'm not picking out any new stuff on Artlist. But now I'm gonna have to like look at like the fine print and be like, okay, if I get rid of the subscription, what's gonna happen to all of the previous videos that are using Artlist music? Because I don't want like every video on my channel to suddenly get copyright stricken, because I wanted to get rid of my Artlist subscription. So I'm gonna have to look into that, because if there's a different music library where I can just, you know, get human-made background music, that would be nice, because I don't like Artlist anymore. But like I said, I have that little library of like 50 songs that I picked out 2 years ago that I want to keep using. So I still have the subscription. I'm just trying not to use anything different now. Or anything new. Because like I said, there's no guarantee that was made by a human, because they're all about like AI-generated stuff now. It's like, oh, well, you were cool. Goodbye. Let's keep digging. Is this cooked? Yeah, that's cooked. Also, hard left into a different conversation topic. Speaking of AI, what do we think of the latest Digital Circus episode? So I realized in the week that I haven't been on, quite a few things have happened that I want to talk about. So are there any fans of the amazing Digital Circus in the chat? And if so, have you watched episode 8? Because I loved it. See, for those, I guess, who don't know, we'll give you a little rundown. So, The Amazing Digital Circus is an indie animated series. It's computer animated. And it's basically a story of a group of people who get trapped inside of this digital world that pretty much resembles kids' computer games from like 2003. You know, I find it to be like very reminiscent of like the Jumpstart games, like point and click style things. And I know the creator said that they wanted it to visually look like Kid Pics, which is awesome because I love Kid Pics. So basically a bunch of people get trapped in what looks like a kid's computer game, and it's built to look like a circus, hence the Amazing Digital Circus, and a lot of the people in there have like circus themes and stuff. Uh-oh. Sorry, I just got an email from my apartment saying we'll be conducting annual fire and safety inspections in a few days. Okay, so the fire alarm's not gonna go off in the middle of stream. And they says it was enjoyably spooky. Kane definitely leaned hard into AM vibes. Yes! So, like I said, there's a group of people who get trapped inside of this digital world, and they're not sure how they got there other than putting on a headset. They're trying to find a way out so they can get back to the real world, but in the meantime, their host is a ringmaster character named Kane. And Kane isn't, a trapped human. He's just a digital counterpart of the game. And his job, basically, is to keep them entertained and to send them on adventures so that they, have fun while they're there. But obviously everybody just wants to leave and go back to their human lives, so they're not having fun, and they don't want to go on adventures, and this is increasingly making Kane frustrated because he's trying to do what he's programmed to do, and be a good host, and, entertain people, and he can't entertain them because he can't give them what they want. And for a show that looks very simple and very cartoonish, the themes are incredibly psychological and dark. But on top of it is this theme of hope, is that, as long as we retain our humanity, no matter what happens, no matter what we look like, no matter where we are, we can still find ways to live our lives and help each other get through it. But in the meanwhile, Kane is trying increasingly more desperate ways to get them to enjoy his adventures, and in the process, maybe accidentally torturing them. It's accidental at first. And it spirals and spirals, and in the latest episode, Kane kind of breaks. And the AI that is in control of the circus starts to fall apart as Kane's mental state deteriorates. So if you haven't seen the show, and you don't mind spoilers, keep listening. But if you don't want spoilers, all the episodes are on YouTube. They're made by Glitch Studios. Go give them a watch. But yeah, the latest episode came out and I loved it. It was one of the ones where, as soon as it ended, I watched it again because I knew that there was a lot that I missed the first time around. And I want to say, so I've said my theories before, and I think for this one I was 50% correct. Because I knew, writing-wise, I'm at some point, my theory was that at some point in the story, Kane was going to die. I knew that of all the characters, he was going to be the one that we'd have to say goodbye to. But I anticipated it being a little bit more of a self-sacrificial scenario. Whereas in, I Have No Mouth, AM breaks his programming so that he can feel hate. I was anticipating Kane going in the opposite direction and trying to break his programming so that he could feel empathy and actually help the people in the circus. Because this whole thing is that he's trying to find out what they want and give them what they want so that they can be happy, but he keeps missing the mark because he doesn't have empathy. He's not human. He's just going off of, the codes of their brains and being like, oh, this will make you happy, right? And it's no. So I was anticipating him trying to break his programming to help them, because I was expecting there to be some force above Kane. So obviously there's a force above Kane that created him. He's an AI, he was made by somebody, which we found out was Kinger. But I was expecting that somebody to still be there, and that somebody was the malicious one who was trapping people inside. And Kane would have had to come to the realization that he would have to break his programming and defy the person who made him so that he could actually do his job and make the people of the circus happy. So that's what I was anticipating, but instead he leaned harder into the, I am the ringmaster, I am your god. If you don't like what I'm doing too damn bad, I'm gonna keep doing it and I'm gonna do it worse. I'm gonna do more. until you shut up and go on my adventures. So, like I said, I had it right that he was gonna die. But that wasn't the way I was expecting it. But it was still good. It was still satisfying, character-wise, to see him go further past his limits and in a way like still break himself before he even got deleted. Somebody he did say, just imagine Kane sitting in like the Windows recycling bin, like a timeout corner. Because usually when you delete something, it doesn't get deleted automatically. It goes in the recycling bin, and then from the bin, you have to actually delete it. So just imagine Kane just sitting in the bin, just upset. Pissed off. Trapped inside of it. But, of course, now that the episode's out, we have all of the theorists and the analyzers picking apart every frame to see what else could be coming. And there's the whole theory that Bubble was the first AI that Kane took over, and he merged with it so that he could break out of his own little prison that they put him in. JoJo channel, hello, welcome! We are talking about the latest episode of The Amazing Digital Circus. How are you? I'm doing good! Now we're terraforming my little island and getting it ready to build an actual house on. Because right now I got my little shack, and you know what? I'm gonna put some stilts on that for now. I'll put some stilts on it. But yeah, we're talking about the Amazing Digital Circus and the theories of what might happen next. I have no idea what's gonna happen next because at this point, given how that episode was left, it's like anything could happen. Because now that the circus is falling apart without King there, it'll be interesting to see how they interact with it without his like guidelines or control over it. There is, of course, the danger that now that Kane isn't there, all of the abstracted creatures can now be let out because he's not keeping them in anymore. And I do wonder if it's gonna be like a Steven Universe thing where at the end they were able to, you know, heal all of the corrupted gems through, you know, magic. So I wonder if there's a way to like heal the abstracted creatures, like a similar way. You know, put them in a bath of healing tears. I center gold, other shinies. Do I have more diamonds? I don't think I have more diamonds. I've got some empty boxes. Uh-oh. I don't have anything to... I've got my gear, but I don't have anything to make a new shovel. I guess most of the shoveling is done. But at some point I'm gonna have to go mining. Hey Farron, welcome. That's your single player world? Nope, this is, I just threw my shovel. This is a server called Island Life, where as you can see, the world has been generated in such a way where it's mostly ocean and we only have these little pockets of land. And my neighbor Zen has made a little house over there. I've chosen my little island over here, and I'm trying to set it up in a way that I have more room to build an actual house. But if I zoom out here, you can see this is what the world looks like. It's all ocean, and we have to travel by boat to get to each other for now. So we got Sam's Cove, Sand Island. Did that not load in? Huh. You have alt space. I think their name is Squishy now, so I'll switch that. Let me edit. Squishy island. Is the whole map like that? Do all biomes exist in this world or not? I think all of the biomes exist. They're just chopped up. So you can see we got the desert over here. We've got a little terracotta spot over here. We got the mesa. Bambi's got a little chunk of jungle. I've got just a little chunk of plain. Over here, our world spawn is in a pale oak biome, but it's just all these tiny little chunks. So for gathering materials, that means that we need to travel farther and be a little bit more careful with what we pick up. So I was able to bring these saplings back to chop down my own pale oak wood, but yeah, when it comes to finding stuff, you need to travel a bit further, especially for, like, I realized flowers and stuff for dye. That's gonna be tricky to get enough flowers to, like, make enough dye, especially if you want to dye, like, concrete or wool. Actually, wool would be easier, because then you just dye one sheep and then you make more. Cartoon Vic, welcome, welcome! Saying, what you playing? I'm playing Island Life. What about the Deep Dark? Would it be under the ocean? Ooh. I think the Deep Dark would probably just be connected to an island chunk. So the ocean biome is still ocean, but then, like, underneath of Zen Space is a giant cave below the ocean. And so far that's the biggest cave around here, so we've all just been going down to pick out our stuff. Deep Darks are in the server. Yeah, I haven't seen one yet, but it'd be cool. Dan Bomb, yo yo yo, welcome, welcome! Cartoon Vic says pretty builds. Yeah, check it out. So that stuff is our buddy Zen. Do I have the links to their channel? I don't think I have the links to their channels. But if you scroll up, Zen was in the chat if you want to go see his channel, see him making that. Deep Darks are under mountain biomes. Okay. I don't know, have we found a mountain yet? So we got tall islands, but I haven't seen a mountain yet, at least. I've kind of been stuck over here, but I do want to explore more and open up the map a bit more so I can find some more stuff. We do have the nether. The nether operates as usual. You can get the flowers of the biome you're in by using bone meal on the grass. Yeah, it just takes a while. It just takes a long time. I got spoiled in Bedrock, being able to just put a flower down and bone meal it to make more of the flower. Here, let's get rid of this. Decided to pop on while I'm editing. Nice! Also, Vic, I watched your episode. Very nice. Very nice first episode. I'm gonna plug your channel whether you like it or not. Y'all, if you want some more Minecraft content, Cartoon Vic has just published her very first Minecraft Let's Play. If you want to go check it out. Her stuff is really good. And we got a collab video coming out soon. Again, on Cartoon Vic's channel. So go check her stuff out! She's cool! And you'll probably be seeing her pop up on my channel every now and then. If you build a mob farm, you can get a lot of bones, and if you bone meal 2 tall flowers, you can multiply them in Java. Yeah, I know that you can bone meal the tall flowers to get more flowers, but I got spoiled in Bedrock being able to do that to all the flowers, and I miss it. I miss being able to do that, just grab them and make more. So now we gotta find them. I want to get the light blue flowers that you find in the swamps, but I haven't seen a swamp biome yet. Ow! Who did that? Is that another player shooting at me? That is. I was looking for a skeleton. Howdy, howdy.
Hi.
How's it going?
That's good. I'll pick these up and not shoot arrows at you. I'd been sitting there for like a while. I was like, I'll just do something to get your attention instead of be mean. Oh, I'm not wearing the right skin. Oh no.
Oh, dang it. Oh, wait, I'm still wearing my cowboy outfit.
Oh well.
Dang it. That's the thing about jumping in between servers. I gotta costume change every time.
Always wearing the wrong thing, I know.
Dang it.
How's your terraforming going?
It's going good. This part is now flattened out. I'm gonna get rid of the stone and put some dirt down, and then we'll see what to... I'm still debating what to do for like the shape of the house, so I might get rid of this section out here and curve it in so that it ends like over here. But I'm also out of diamonds. Like all of this piece? Yeah, so this little peninsula sticking out here. Yeah. But I realized I'm probably gonna have to go mining to see if I can find some more diamonds to make some more diamond tools, because I need my diamond shovels. I actually probably need a netherite shovel at this point, because that's my main thing is terraforming, and diamond can't keep up with me.
Yeah, you should, next time Zen is on, I don't know if he's still in the chat,
Zen!
You should ask him to get you books and things, because he can do that with his villagers and get you like the 1 emerald books.
Nice.
And then you can get, you know, at least a decent shovel put together.
Yeah, as I'm coming to realize that that's my, my main weapon.
Is the shovel?
Is a shovel. That's the thing I have in my hand most often.
Yeah. Are you trying to make this cobblestone, or are you trying to make this,
I'm just getting rid of it. Boop.
All assist.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to see the thing which I am recognizing I'm fully rating your stream, so you can absolutely say no to this. But do you want to see the thing that I did, like the reason that I added custom audio to the server?
Oh yeah.
I finished it yesterday, so.
I'd love to see.
Okay. Well, I'll help you clear this out first.
I'll put this down.
I keep getting thrown off because I'm watching your stream, but I have the stream muted. I'm like, oh, you're not talking right now, and I hear you, and it's I'm here.
Very odd. There we go. Dude, says, what about trading diamond tools with villagers and enchanting? Well, in case you haven't noticed, my house is made of watermelon and bamboo. I haven't gotten very far in the game.
I can't remember what the context of it was, but I have a clip of you saying, somebody was like, oh, do you have this? And you were like, my house is made of watermelon. And I think that's one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
Like the best retort you could have had to whatever it was like, well, don't you have this yet? My house is made of watermelon.
Yeah, and I get that a lot when I'm on servers. Is like, what do you mean you don't have full netherite yet? And it's like, I've logged in for a total of 5 hours, and I haven't built a house yet. Calm your ass down. I'm going slow whether you like it or not.
Exactly. Take it at your own pace. That's the beauty of this. But yeah, I only just got
Cartoon Vic says eat the house.
Yes, eat the house.
Eventually. I might eat the roof because I'll be building a new house.
IRL you could eat bamboo, but you probably can't do that here.
Aw, that's right, because you can make like bamboo shoot stew. Soup. You can make soup out of it.
Do you want all this cobblestone anywhere?
I have a bin over here.
Okay.
I've got my little storage system set up.
Oh, very nice. Oh, cobble. There it is.
Luffy Tick, welcome. Says watermelons are pretty bad food though. I don't care. It'll be funny to eat my roof. Backseat gaming me doesn't work because I 100% do things my own way. I don't care about being the best or optimizing everything.
Is andesite included in your grandiorite chest? That's where I put it.
You know what? Sure.
Okay. It's an ite, so I just assumed.
I didn't even think about andesite. Some more dirt. Let's put that down. Boop, boop.
Do you want this little thing flattened as well?
Yes, please.
Look out, little sheep.
Best food is suspicious stew with Dandelion's blue orchid?
It is. That is true.
Huh. Looks like somebody's been
like the
reading
highest
the Fun
saturation.
Fact magazines. Doot doot doot. There we go. I've got my little wheat farm over here. My little sugarcane, watermelons, and potatoes.
It's more
I've
than
had
something I have.
I've had people yelling at me for farming incorrectly, and I'm like, bro, I enjoy it. And they're like, no, but you're farming wrong. You gotta use villagers, and you gotta use hoppers, and you gotta use redstone. And I'm like, I'm gardening, and I'm having fun.
Yes, that's what's the most
Cry
important.
about it.
Where do you want your torch? I picked up 2 of your torches.
Ooh, come on, pick up. There we go. Oh, I have a total of 8 now. That's nice. I'm going to use these to light up the rest of the island. Because I keep having things spawn on me.
Oh, right here. This is right here where I'm standing is a dead zone.
Oop. Oh, do you have the little,
Yeah.
HUD thing?
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
And over here,
And
under the
all
house.
of, pretty much.
Oop.
Oh.
Yeah, because this was hillside a
here.
few seconds ago. So, boop,
And then.
boop.
And then you got one little spot like right here that's not fully lit up.
Alas, I'm out of torches.
Okay. Okay. Well, you got.
Like I said, I need to go mining to pick up some coal and diamonds so I can actually make some torches and tools.
Do you have an ender chest over here? Probably not, right?
My house is made of watermelon!
Okay, that's that was gonna be a response, but I wasn't sure.
There we go, but my goal... so after my internet went out, like I said, coming back to this, I think it was a good spot to like start over and actually try to play the game properly.
Yeah.
And actually get all the tools and equipment I need to make the builds that I want to build. What is that? Oh, that's the trees. I saw the trees over top of my bamboo stairs, and it looked like something skulky.
Oh.
I don't have my
All
glasses
those
on
trees in
today
the distance. Yeah.
because they don't match my outfit.
They don't match the vibe. That's fair.
No, I'll be blind about it. But yeah, I said so. I want to get some diamonds. I want to get charcoal. Yeah. Charcoal and coal. Spelt logs to charcoal for torches too, though. I do have my. Let me take this stuff down while I'm here. My my bone meal generator.
Oh, your awesome redstone.
The most complicated thing I've ever built. Oh, I forgot I had a bunch of copper inside of that. There we go, because I figured out how to do the chest into a hopper into the furnace thing. And I was very proud of myself. Oh, and the tiny crafting table.
Dandy has a chest that is completely full of tiny little models like this that she keeps getting from the wandering traders. There's an entire chest full of them.
They're cute! There you go. Why'd you break it? Because I'm moving it over here. I don't want it floating. There you go, so I'm just gonna put this stuff down. Get it out of my inventory. Furnace. Get out of here. Chest. Oh, sign. What did I have the sign for? I guess I'll put the sign right here. Beans. Vacation Island. Boop. I got a sign. Got dirt, copper core. Let me throw these in here, and I'll put that back together later. singular piece of hair poking me in the eye. Copper core warehouse. There we go, and I'll put those back later. Cup of dirt. Dirt chest is filling up fast. Cobblestone. Boop, boop, boop. I got a singular piece of andesite. And some gravel. I have a specific box for gravel. Right there. Boop. And flowers and bits? Flowers and bits. Boop, boop, boop. So I have pink peonies. I got yellow dandelions, red poppies, and white lilies of the valley. But I want to see if I can grab more as I travel. Stupid piece of hair. I'm gonna cut this piece of hair off my head. Get away from me. Fucked up my hat now. There we go. Cartoon Beck says I'm beefing with Premiere, as usual. You should try DaVinci Resolve. Is less finicky, but I don't know how much power your computer has. Yeah, and it's free.
I will say I still use Premiere, but I recommend DaVinci to everybody.
Yeah. Oh, water rig. Luffy Tech says allium for fire resistance. Oh, is this for like adding flowers to stews?
I think that's the suspicious stew, yeah.
Cool. Allium to stew for fire resistance. Azure Bluet or open eye blossom for blindness. Blue orchid or dandelion or the golden dandelion for saturation. Closed eye blossom for nausea. Cornflower for a jump boost. Lily of the valley for poison. Oxeye daisy for regeneration. Poppy or torchflower for night vision. Tulips for weakness. With a rose is wither. Ooh. What's the effects for the suspicious stew? That's cool. Said I didn't know that suspicious stew worked like that. I'd only go for saturation, ultra hardcore. You need oxeye daisies though. At some point, I want to make a hardcore series, and it's just going to be a timer of like how long can I last before I die.
I only made it 17 hours. I did that, and
I'm probably going to make it 15
hours.
minutes, and I'm just going to restart it like several times in one stream. Like, let's try again!
So
10 minutes this time. Okay!
I recommend it though. I had so much fun making because I was
it'd
trying
be
to do
fun.
24 hours, and I died at 17. But
Ooh.
it was a blast.
Ooh. There we go. Let's see, what did I say I wanted to do? So all stuff out of inventory. Wheat seeds, get out of here. Let's head on over to your place to see what you were working on.
Okay. We'll do you want to walk or boat?
Well, considering we're surrounded by water.
Well.
I will... Let me see if I can boat. I don't remember where I parked it.
I don't... Yeah. Do I see any boats around?
I keep losing my boat. Now I don't know where I put it.
Dude, I have so many boats just like sitting over at my base, and I'm like, I don't know what to do with all these boats.
It would make... Oh, I do have more. I have 2 diamonds. I put the diamonds in the tools chest. Why'd I do that? And I do have 2 shovels that I could smash together. So I could make a singular new shovel. Where's my boat? I think I picked it up and put it in a chest.
I did a whole loop around your base and I didn't see a single boat.
Okay, I picked it up and put it in a chest. Where'd it go? Where did I park? Just gonna make a new one.
It's not in the junk drawer. I thought maybe it was in the junk drawer.
I'm just gonna make a new one. There we go. Acacia.
You just picked those seeds back up.
Damn it. Get out of here! There we go, I will boat. Okay, these are my friends.
they're very nice.
I do
Can't
want
wait
to
to
make...
have a Finnan out of my own.
Nice. It'll happen. Like I said, I gotta learn blockbench so I can make fish sticks. Wait, why am I steering? There we go.
It is really, I can't remember if I told you about this. There's just this one woman's video that I watched that was super, super helpful. It's by Liv Awesome. That's her username. But that walked me through how to do like all of the custom models and stuff. So definitely recommend watching their video.
Yeah, because from what I've seen, it's not the actual modeling isn't too far off from making assets for 3D animation.
For sure. Yep.
It's a lot from. It looks like a lot of the same tools and stuff. So I'm like, okay, that part shouldn't be too hard. But I've heard that the difficult part is getting the item in the game.
That's where I step in though. You just give me the model files, then I just get to put them into the game.
Beautiful. There you go. Luffy Tick says, I'm doing a hardcore series, and since my model is a cat girl, I have declared I shall have 9 lives and 9 worlds. That's actually really cute.
That's pretty awesome.
That's a good gimmick.
I was looking around at mods today, and I found a mod that, if you were to do a hardcore world with friends, gives you the option to pick up your friends within like 120 seconds or something like that. Like it gives you kind of a countdown to pick them up before they are gone forever. I thought that was interesting.
So you can do like the D&D death counter of
basically,
like you have 3 turns to heal them.
Yeah, I mean basically just minus the having to roll for your death save. Yeah.
Luffy says, I'm on my 3rd world and I've done 5 streams, not counting the 1 world on my old computer. I didn't die, I was just too lazy to boot up the old computer and get access for it. Jojo says, I started my 1st world and had a stupid death jumping off a ladder trying to water bucket clutch. It was less than 25 blocks, but missing it killed me due to the downwards momentum. Oof.
Oh.
Why would you try to water bucket clutch in a hardcore world? Honestly, that's something I would do. And be like, look at this!
Yeah.
Splat!
I did the same thing, and I don't know why. I spent so much time just... my hardcore base for that hardcore survival series was a floating base. Like, I made it be hanging from the roof of a cave. And I shouldn't have done that.
Following in Scar's footsteps.
Basically, yeah. Before we get too close to this thing, if you press V and then go to adjust volumes, you should have like goat horns, music discs, and note blocks now as an option.
Oh, there we go.
I'm
gonna turn it up.
You will have full control over how loud the audio sounds are. They're played through music discs. So I would recommend. I have mine pulled down to like -60. They're not like crazy loud at all, but I would recommend pulling your music discs down just a little bit.
Oh. Why the text is blocking the number. Stop that. There you go. I'll just set it up.
There you go. Yeah, and I had mine at 0. It's just when I showed Bambi this yesterday, and I was like, oh, I needed to turn it down so I could actually hear her, because they kind of play on the same track,
Point.
But
so
anyway,
chat, this is Sam's base. He built this island.
Yeah, on a world full of islands, I decided to build my own.
None of them were good enough, I guess.
Apparently. So I was trying to make a very immersive thing. I don't know. This is like a step into just trying to do some sort of game design or something. I don't know. So we'll just walk into here and you can experience it. But
I love it. It's tavern music.
It's tavern music, and then you have the cave sounds over here. And as you get closer to the waterfalls, you hear the waterfalls more, and as you walk farther away from the waterfalls, you hear the music more.
I love it. Since there's no band, it's like coming from ghosts.
Yeah.
You gotta get a little band of fiddlers.
I was thinking I could do some, some armor stand characters. I figured we could just all, pick an instrument we wanted to play, and I'll make armor stands of all of us playing.
Honestly, I play the fiddle. So they figure out how to make a little fiddle for my hands.
Yeah, no, that's easy peasy. I can do that.
I love
I was
that.
trying to think last night of like what to do. But yeah, that's what I put that mod on the server for. So
That's so
there
cool.
you
Oh,
go.
and then I'm just realizing I could use that for when I make like the hotel and stuff to make lobby music.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to show you it. Is because I figured you probably would have ideas right off the bat of, oh, here's how I could use this at my builds.
I do have a really mean idea that I want to implement at some point.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell you, which means I'm not gonna do it to you because you'd know it.
Oh, okay.
But at some point, I think it'd be really funny to have a music disc that just plays the Discord notification sound like every 15 minutes.
That is awesome. I love that.
So like you're just working on your build and then ding! Oh, let me check my Discord. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay. Ding!
That is such a funny idea.
Ding! And just like bury it underneath someone's base.
I would absolutely help you with that endeavor, considering I've got to upload the audio anyway.
I gotta find someone to do it to, but it's like, okay, who do I want to tick off?
I think the easiest person, the person who I know would be the most confused by it is Caillou, but he's not on enough that I feel like it would kind of go wasted on him. But I know that he would be sitting there like, what the heck is going on?
I might just do it to everybody.
Yeah, that would be easy peasy. We'll just put a little timer, like a little hopper clock underneath, and then have it just replay the disc over and over.
Ding. Just my Minecraft
so
Discord
funny.
message notification. Boop.
Or like, and then, but
Make
you can
them
also,
go
like,
into
on
their
the same
settings.
track, have it have like a random like I don't know, like a fire, you know, like when your smoke detector is beeping and needs a battery change. Do a random smoke detector beep like
Beep.
every 30 minutes, like have it be like, you know, there's like a
I remember it was in either one of Scar's videos or a stream where one of his smoke detectors like beeped in the background, and like a bunch of comments were people going, I went and checked my smoke detector, you jerk! Turn that off!
fix your smoke detector.
Fix it! I went and checked my batteries!
Have you watched his most recent video that he put out today?
Not yet, I saw it pop up, but I will watch that with dinner.
It's very good. It's all the stuff that he did is very good.
I'm excited. I've been watching, of course I watch Scar's videos when he comes up, and then I watch, this season I started watching Corrales and False.
I've loved watching Corrales this season so far.
Like I said, I like watching his stuff because as much as I love like watching Scar, if you're trying to learn how to build, he does go a bit too quickly to like actually take note of like how to do things. So
Yeah.
he's fun, but if you're trying to learn, it's like, he's like, okay, today we're gonna build a mountain. Boop, there it is.
And then there's the mountain. Yeah, and then I will say in the video today, he kind of talks about like, oh, here's like, I want to do some highlights and shadows and things. And he doesn't really go into like exact detail, but he shows what he means with that. Which I
Yeah,
think is-
he's a good advanced teacher to
Yeah,
get into
for sure.
the smaller pieces. But I realized with Corrales, he talks through his videos and his builds a lot. So like this is the first time I'm like watching his videos, and he talks through things so much. I'm like, it's actually like really helpful to like see the thought process behind the build. So like a good portion of the video is just him putting blocks down and being like, okay, this color goes with this one, but if I make it mainly this, then it's going to clash with the roof, so we need a different roof. But if I make it this color, then we won't have this block. So, and if I make it this shape, then we're gonna have an empty space over here. So what do we want to do with that? Do we want the empty space on this side or this side? So it's helpful to hear him talk out loud to like get a better idea of like how to put block and block together to make shape.
Yeah, it's so cool to see like how so many of the different, especially the builders on Hermitcraft, think about everything. Because like, it's one thing to do what I did and auto shade with Axiom. It's another thing entirely to be like, ah, yes, I'm going to make this darker because it should be darker, you know?
Yeah, I actually think for me picking out the blocks just without Axiom would probably be easier. I've never used it, but like I said, that's probably a tool I'll use down the road after I actually know the fundamentals of how to put blocks together. Actually, there's my boat.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, your boat's right there. Yeah, I really love Axiom, but I'm trying to do like everything inside of that cave that we were just in. I did that by hand because I was trying to challenge myself for it, and so it's good. I've been trying to use it to like I can make the shapes with it that are in my brain, and then I'm trying to work on actually doing the detail work on my own.
Yeah.
So
I think it's turning out pretty good so far.
I'm excited for the next thing I'm trying to get up on this. There we go. The next thing I'm building is like an actual storage room that's also inside of the island.
Nice.
It'll have like a cave walkway and stuff. But
ooh, that'll be cool.
It's an even a different like. This is very like wood and thrown together. This is very like here's a sandstone house, and the next thing is just straight up like I don't even really know. I'd say Venetian inspired, but still kind of like Pirates of the Caribbean.
Ooh.
Like, think of just like the streets of like a Caribbean city. That's kind of the idea of.
Yeah, like the governor's mansion.
Basically, yeah. I mean,
because you had the nitty gritty of like the pirates area, but it's like not everybody was a pirate. There were aristocrats. There were middle class folk who had nice, relatively normal looking houses.
Exactly. So that's what this dock will continue around, and it goes. Like right there. That's the next thing I'm going to work on. Well, it's the next building I'm going to work on here. Probably not the next thing I'm going to do because I've been building so much.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, thank you for the diamonds. Thank you. I just realized I didn't give you a thank you note.
I was like, I really have spent so much time, too much time, digging in straight lines. So I figured I could share some of the wealth there.
Thank you. I will repay you someday when I have stuff to repay you with. Eventually. Oh, that's you sleeping through. I was like, who else is here?
Yeah. It's me. I was making a day. So yeah.
Someone says that Airfarin is on purpose, not Airfarin. Oh, that's his name. Also known as Sam.
Also known as Sam.
Sam.
Yep. But yes, Airfarin's on purpose. It was my D&D character name.
I keep going down every time I'm in your house. I go down the wrong ladder. Not that one.
Yeah.
This one.
That one's the secret ladder. This one's the.
Oh, for a secret ladder, I keep finding it more than the actual ladder.
It's not really a secret ladder, but you know, it takes you to the secret balcony with the.
Whoa.
The enchanting table is not actually there.
I'm not very good with people.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to show. So you are welcome to go back upon your journey of collecting coal and all you need.
Back I go. I'm gonna stop at Zen's place to see if I can get an enchant. Also, he has an enchanting setup, so at the very least I can use my levels
he does,
to.
And he's got a little what are they called? Silverfish like XP farm.
Ooh.
That you can get a ton of levels from that I could.
Ooh.
I'll show you that, and then I will leave you be because he has it hidden, but it's so helpful that I feel like I need to share the knowledge.
Ooh, nice. I kind of want to see it, but I want to get permission, of course. I don't.
Oh, okay. I won't spoil it. He told me about it.
Aw, I'll grab him next time. That'll be fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. Ask him about it, and then I will say the this island that's like right.
Oh, you're out of shot.
There we go. That's on the other side of the mesa, but not connected to Zen's, like that huge one. It's got a lot of coal all over it. That's where I go when I need coal. So there's my recommendation to you.
Got it. Nice. I will head... Actually, I need to make a shovel first. I will head back to my island, and then I'll head back that way. Bye-bye! Bye! I'm going backwards. There we go. There goes world spawn, nitties, and my island. Right there. There we go. Let me catch up with chat. Yeah, I saw Heroic Pixels pop in for a second. Hello... Not Heroic Pixels. The other H that I know. I saw Haunted pop in for a second. Hi, Haunted, if you're still here, welcome. You said good to see that I'm online. Yes, everything is working. My voice is working. I am no longer exhausted and I can do some work. That's right, I got Zen's island. Olive Island, my island. Nettie's Island, and World Spawn. So here's Egg Rock Island, home of the rock that looks like an egg. There it is. And that's where we're going to be building our resorts. Haunted still here. Yeah, good to hear. Hello! Welcome! It's good to see you again. I don't know what that is. So let's see. So we got our terraforming done. I want to go mining to get my tools set up, and I'll use. I think I should have some lapis. Where are you from? Well, generally I am American, and I am in the western side of America. Originally from the east, but we moved out west because it's a lot warmer out here and I'm a lot happier for it. There you go. So if you hear what sounds like a southern twang, it's not southern, it's northern Appalachian, which is a northern southern. But I've been out west in like other states, and I've had people pick out my voice and be like, "That's a Pennsylvania accent," and I'm like, "How'd you know?" The island theme is pretty cool. I've had that in the back of my head lately. Yeah, it's fun. Obviously, the world is generated to be nothing but islands, so there are no large land masses. It's all islands. Oops, all islands. There we go, and this is my little spot. So the wandering traders give us mini blocks, and somebody gave me a tiny crafting table. I'm gonna set that over here like a little toy. And I'm gonna put that next to the llama head. There we go, got the big one and the little one. Let's see, let's put these away first. I need to bring the scatterbrain back for a second. I love mini blocks, especially in vanilla. It gives a few more deco options. I love them. I want to grab some. I want to grab some if I have a chance to. Let's see. So I've got. That's right. I was gifted mending. Sophia, hi there. Welcome, welcome. Jojo says, your English sounds like people in the south of France speaking French but relative to English. Huh! There we go. So I have a diamond pickaxe with mending on it. And then I have a regular one. So let's go use his enchanting table. First, let's make another shovel. I forgot the sticks are set up to work with light magicka, so you can't use them to swing. How long have you been streaming today? Not too long. I've only been on for, like an hour and a half. It felt shorter than that. Boop, boop. I'm gonna make shovel my weapon of choice. And we'll make another one, because I know I'm gonna run out eventually. Although I don't think I'm gonna be doing more terraforming over here. I'm gonna take out the little peninsula and flatten that area down a bit. We'll see. We'll see. Right now, I want to go mining to at least pick some more stuff up. Ooh. You pronounce the end of words in a way like people in the south of France do in French. Cool. I have a singular stick now. I don't know what to do with it, but I'll put the diamonds back there. Remind me next time I'm looking for my diamonds. Tell me that they're in my tool chest. They're not in the treasure box. In my other shinies. They're in the tool chest. Because I know I'm going to be looking for those later. Let's see. I've got shovel, axe. I think if we're going to be going mining, I don't need the axe. So I will keep you over here. I'm going to keep the shovel in case I come across gravel. I need some more food. Jojo says, I'm from Switzerland. Cool. It's cool when streaming to see just how far around the world the stream reaches, because I've got some regular viewers who tune in from Germany, and like looking at the analytics, it's like 50% of your viewers are from Texas, 50% of them are from Germany, so it's like cool. Sophia says just came back from the gym, that's why I'm a bit late. Awesome! I want to see if I can go back to the gym today. Because like I said yesterday, I was just too exhausted from existing to do anything. But I want to see if I can get myself on a schedule to have like stream days be gym days. So that I can consistently do both. Second time watching you stream, I'm already a subscriber. Hi sheep. YouTube showed your stream on the homepage. Nice! It's working! Do I want to terraform or go? Let me go back to my food box. Is my box of food still in my house? Oh, it is. Oh. I left the box of stuff up there. Stare time. And I just put the axe away. Okay. It's gonna look like that. Oh. There we go. So I do have some extra stuff up here. Let me grab some lapis. There's my boat! Oh, I gotta stretch. Do you do split or full body workout? I do full bodies. But I do very baby level workouts because I'm working with a connective tissue disorder called Ehlers-Danlos. So my joints are like super weak and bendy. So working out is essential to making sure that I don't dislocate my bones because it strengthens the muscles around the joints. But it also means that I need to be super careful when I do workout or else I will just like bend something or pop something out of place. So I gotta be very careful and very ginger with it, but I do enjoy it because I also got the ADHD and just spending like 2 hours just wiggling feels good after sitting down. So it's finding that balance of like pushing myself to actually get stronger and then being gentle so that I don't hurt myself. I gotta like do a bubble wrap workout. So I do a lot of stuff that I call core on the floor, which is just yoga mat laying down, aerobic style, just using my own body weight. No weights, no machines, just what I can do moving my own body. Where is... There's my boat. I found it this time. This way. So I do a lot of just floor workouts and like aerobic style stuff. Yoga, I can't stretch myself too far in yoga because then, again, that'll pull something out of place. Even though I have freaked out yoga teachers before by bending my body. Like, if I stand up and... That's loud. I can just put my palms on the floor when I go to touch my toes. Sniffer! Oh, you were just an egg the last time I saw you. Look at that nose. Mwah. Sam says, need to run, but have a good stream, and thanks for hanging out for a bit. Bye. Goodbye. Oh boy. Let's see if his enchanting setup is still down there. And I said, because the cave underneath Zen's Island is so huge, he's just kind of opened it up to be like a server cave. Because even with like all 5, there's more than 5. But there's usually like a total of 5 people. Okay, well the enchanting... There it is! Let's see what I can do. Let's see if I get anything good. So that's efficiency 2. Efficiency... you know what? Sure. Efficiency 2. good for picking up gravel, and you're not enchanted yet. Let's see if we can get anything on you. Unbreaking's good. Fortune, efficiency. Sure. Take it. Unbreaking and mending. Ooh, so if I smash these together, then I can get a good one. And I'll put my lapis in here to pick up when I come back. There you go. Respawn bed. And down once more to the dungeon of my black despair. Down we plunge to the prison of my mind. Any Phantom of the Opera fans in the house? Oh, I could go on about Phantom of the Opera. Because the thing is, when you listen to the musical or you watch the movie when you're younger, it's like, oh, it's so romantic. The Phantom is this misunderstood, deformed man who's been ostracized by society and like forced to live underneath the opera house, and all he wants to find is true love, and he finds Christine, and he loves her, but she wants to be with a normal man, and he can't allow that, and it's so heartbreaking, it's so romantic, and then you watch it when you're older, and you're like, oh, the Phantom is an incel. This way. No. Zen, where's the cave? Zen! Where did the cave go? That's strip mining down there. Did I miss it? Is it this? Is this cave? Is this cave? Cave? Hello? Is this... Where is Big Cave? Zen? Okay, it's lit up, but no. I don't have torches on me. I'm going to live. I'm going to go back to my island and I'm going to pick up some torches. But now how do I get out? How do I leave? Oh no! Did you say Man of Fog earlier? Phantom of the Opera. Is there the Phantom of the Opera? How do I leave? Okay, I have a map. I should be using it. Okay. This is the cave I was trying to get to. I'm over here. Okay, so I need to get back up here. I need to about face. And go back this way. Haunted says, I'm off to bed. Glad you're doing better. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you! I think up here. Okay, that's where we started, so now I need to go this way. No. Well, I'd be more than happy to start digging up down here, but like I said, I don't have any torches on me. Okay. Okay, there we go. Why is that showing up as an E for Zen's Island? I'm just going to dig this way. I'm just gonna dig this way. Maybe we'll hit something. We're at negative 43. We might find something good. Oh! Okay, he said that he does the thing where... Oh, there's the, crystal. But I need to go to the other side of it. He says he does the thing with the torches are all on the left side, so then when you leave, they're all on the right side. There we go. There we go! I found it! Yay! Okay. So it's that way. Where is main staircase? Back up. This way. Now I go down. Is this main cave? No. How do I get there? Is this main cave? No. No. Down one more. This way. But I thought I went this way. Let's run. Aha! I see on the map. I see. This is it. Right turn. And then left turn. And we're here. Here we go. And big staircase. All the way up. To the main lobby. And there's already a slime. Hello. Oh, that was the other thing to talk about. Minecraft Live. We got confirmation of a new biome and a new critter. We're gonna get, what's it called? A sulfur slime? But we're gonna get a new one of these guys. And then you can, like, give it a block and it turns it into a ball, so then you can actually, like, kick it like a soccer ball and use it for games, which I think that's gonna be fun. Also for the sulfur biome, it's gonna be interesting because now we'll have like red and yellow like stone blocks that aren't like, so we'll have yellow blocks that aren't gold for terracotta. No. We'll have yellow blocks that aren't gold or terracotta, and we'll have red blocks that aren't... Just watched a glow squid fall. We'll have red blocks that aren't like redstone or, again, red terracotta. And it'll be interesting because now we'll have the ability to like make staircases out of them. The sulfur slimes look like they'll be so fun. I can totally see why people are calling the sulfur biome the ketchup and mustard biome. Yeah, it's very McDonald's colors. But it'll be interesting to see what people can do with the new colored blocks. So now we have more red and yellow variations. I want to see some more blue and purple variation. And maybe green. I just realized we have like, of course, like grass and leaves, but in terms of like actual stone blocks, we don't have... I guess we have moss, but yeah, all green items are like natural items of like leaves or moss. So it would be cool to see like more stone colors come out, like instead of like blues or purples or greens. That'd be interesting, but I'm excited to see them and explore them. I came in here for a reason. I still don't have torches, so I'm gonna like stick to just the outer areas to see if I can pick anything up. I'm just gonna do this. I should probably go up and get torches, but I'm stubborn. We'll see if there's anything we can just pick up from here. Ooh, and I just learned how to do this the other day. I can turn up my screen brightness. Slightly. Not as much as I'd hoped. This is boring. I don't want to strip mine. Let's see if there's anything... Are you not using torches? Because I forgot them. So let's just go for a walk and see if there's anything on the surface that hasn't been picked up. Because we do have a lot of light just from like lava and stuff. I actually might go down there and explore a little bit. I see a bunch of creepers over there. So let's just go for a walk and see if we see any gemstones that haven't been picked out yet. So I realized with... that's dark. With Sam giving us some more diamonds, we actually don't really need to be down here that much. And we could just head off to a different island to go get some coal. But I want to explore a little bit. Yeah, I'm excited to see what people do with the red and yellow blocks, because now I might want to put those in a build. Here we go. Here's some iron. Boop. Ah, here's some coal. There we go. I hear the spiders. I will not let you come close to me. No. I saw a really cool spider outside. Like, I'm an arachnophobe, but I'm trying to like exposure therapy myself to more of them. So like if I see one, I don't run away. So I saw a really cool jumping spider outside yesterday, and he was like black with like blue stripes, and you could see like his little eyes were also really blue, and I forced myself to like stop and look at it for a little bit. Hello. And just kind of admire it and be like, you know what, you're a very cool looking critter. You're like a little Pokemon, and I'm just gonna watch you crawl around for a bit and try not to be scared of you. Ah, there you are. I was looking for where you were coming from. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, Okay, so they're probably coming from up there. So now I know when I come back with torches, this whole area is unexplored and unlit up. So there's probably some goodies back there that haven't been picked up yet. Well, we got some little bits of copper. Do you have arachnophobia? Yeah, but like I said, I'm trying to exposure therapy myself to spiders when I see them and just tell myself that they're not here to hurt me. They're just little guys who are doing their job and helping the environment. But the caveman instinct is still just very strong upon seeing spiders, where no matter how much I know that it's not gonna hurt me, my brain just goes at the sight of one. So bit by bit, trying to, you know, get used to them. Especially out west where the spiders are bigger and more abundant. I don't want to be... I don't want to be scared of them. But alas... And this is the lovely little entrance and exit that Zen made. Oh, wait. Arachnophobia does not listen to reason. Yeah. But bit by bit, I'm trying to... You know, if I see a spider, you know, stop and admire it for a bit. And just tell myself it's no different than a Pokemon. I do fear the day that I see a tarantula in the wild. Because like I said, I know that they're out here. And now I'm on the wrong side of the island. Oops. Wait, that's the island I went in on. What is this? No, not my island. I won't take the coal. I'll take the coal underground. I won't take the surface level stuff. Let's head off to a different island. I have an island that I have marked as my resource island that I've just been tearing down bit by bit. So we'll see if we can get anything out of it. At the very least, we'll get, you know, dirt and stone so we can do our terraforming later. Having it in the palm of your hands might help. I want to build my way up to that so that someday I can hold a tarantula. Because like I said, from an objective standpoint, they are very cool little critters who do a very good job at, you know, getting rid of bugs. But I fear that if I were to hold one, the caveman instinct would take over and I would like just fling it and I'd be worried about hurting the spider. I know, like, it wouldn't hurt me. I'd be worried about throwing the spider. Snakes I'm cool with. I'd love to hold a snake. Let's go drop this stuff off. Jojo, I'm gonna need you to stop talking like that. You're starting to sound mean. Like, I know you're joking, but you're starting to sound mean. So please refrain. And let's just keep playing Minecraft, okay? There we go, I got my junk drawer. Other shinies, let's throw the iron in there. Copper, we're gonna throw in here. Coal is back here, so I did get a few pieces of coal. So now we can actually make some torches. Where did I put my... Okay, cobblestone. Tough and deep slate. Do I have a spot for deep slate? I do. Tough. I don't have a spot for tough. Sand, gravel, glass, bone meal, flowers and bits. Tools, wools, bales, pails, jungle. That's all the wood. I will throw tough in the junk drawer for now, and andesite will go over here. The granite, diorite, andesite. That's a box of wood. Luffy says, we used to live in an apartment that was right next to a wilderness preserve. We'd occasionally get visited by tarantulas. It was a good thing that my husband wasn't scared of them. Yeah, because like I said, I know out here they're more present in the wild. But thankfully last summer we didn't see any, but I've heard that further south, you're more likely to see wild ones. And I'm just concerned, like, what do you do if you see a giant one? Do you just... He'd pick them up and put them on the wilderness preserve side of the fence. Because I imagine actually if the spider's bigger, it's easier to take care of, because then you can just pick it up like a turtle, and then its legs go out. Because they can't really, like, turn around to get you. And... so I imagine if it's like a really big one, you can just Steve Irwin, pick it up and put it down. But if you'd need an awful big glass to put over top of it. I think if you tried to put like paper underneath it, it would be too heavy for the paper. Tarantulas are bad where I live. Every spring you'll see them start to set up mounds or whatever in people's yards. Oh, I'd also be worried if one got inside, Felix would try to fight it. Because I know he absolutely would start swatting at it. But I think where we are, the building maintenance does a good job of like spraying for them to like keep them away. So that's why I'm trying to build my way up by just looking at tiny ones when I see them. My mom once found a tarantula in our dishwasher. Oh, before or after it was washed? Where did I park? I just got here. Where did I park? I have a singular torch. I'm just kind of pacing, because I keep forgetting my materials. Let's grab coal, and you did say that we can use logs to become charcoal for the torches, so now the coal can just go for the furnaces. There we go. Louis says, I'd just freeze. The fight or flight instinct is actually fight, flight, or freeze. If the cats were in there, I probably would have hurt the spider or myself. Yeah, because like I said, my concern is if Felix would go for one, because I don't know how deadly local tarantulas would be to a small animal. It got in after the washer had been run. Ah. Yeah, I'm okay with spiders outside as long as they're not moving in my direction. Exactly, exactly. And it's like, I'm okay with you doing your thing out there. You can live anywhere you want, just not inside my house. There was a really cool spider that was in my window a few apartments ago. And he was just, it was a very tiny little jumping spider. And I named him Horatio. But he just lived in the screen of the window, and my desk was like right next to the window, so I just kind of let him sit there. And then if I found like a dead fly somewhere, I would put it inside the windowsill for him to eat. And it was actually pretty cool to see him like pouncing on it, because like jumping spiders pounce on things very similar to a cat. He did like the crawl of like deet 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 and then bam. And so it was cool getting to watch him. And then one day I was sitting down to do my work and I heard like a very loud buzzing coming from the screen. It was like, you know, in front of my desk. I heard very loud buzzing, and I looked up, and there was a big boy wasp with like the 6-inch long legs on the inside of the screen. And I jumped up, I like slammed the window shut so he wouldn't like get in. So the window was open, and and he was on the inside of the screen, so I slammed the window shut so he wouldn't get in. And I was like, what do I do? It's a hot day out, we don't have air conditioning, this is like the only window that has a screen, oh god. And I looked down, and on the inside windowsill was Horatio, the little jumping spider, who was also trying to get away from the wasp. And there was a moment of me and the spider looking at each other, and I could swear he was looking at me like, I can't do anything about that. What do you want me to do? You're bigger than me, you should be able to kill it. And I'm like, I'm not killing it, you're a spider, you should be able to do something. He's like, no. So for like the next 2 days, Horatio just chilled on the inside of the windowsill, and he never left the windowsill. He stayed in his little spot there, and while the wasp was stuck inside the window, and then eventually the wasp died, and I opened the window again, and Horatio crawled back in and started picking at the dead wasp. And I'm like, he's all yours. Oh. Oh, Luffy says, I just looked it up. Tarantula venom is fairly mild. The only real danger comes from the hairs on their bodies that can get into a dog or a cat. Got it. Because I remember the, hearing that, like, their hairs are barbed. I actually learned that from Blathers in Animal Crossing, where he gives you the fun fact about the things you bring him. It can get into the eyes, mouth, skin, or nose, causing irritation. Okay. So if Felix decides to square off with a big spider that gets in the house, he'll be okay if it bites him. It'll just be a vet visit to get those out. There we go. I'm burning these because, yeah, I don't have coal to make torches, so I'm just gonna... Do. I need a stick! So I got planks. And there we go. Now that's an ample amount of torches to use for, I don't know, something. We'll put sticks in there, so this will be the torch box. And it's too early to sleep. It's too early to sleep. Gotta sleep, gotta sleep. There we go. Water break. Drink your water. Drink your water. And the fangs can be harmful, not from venom, they'd just be another irritant. Yeah, it'd be like being poked with something sharp. So, like I said, hopefully it doesn't get to a point where Felix decides to square off with one. I think Laddie would definitely run away from it, because he runs away from toys. If you give Laddie, my roommate's cat, like a toy mouse, he's scared of it. He'll run away from it. But Felix will destroy the house in an attempt to kill a fly. So he would 100% go guard dog mode and try to beat it up. But he's not an outdoor boy, so I don't know how well his actual hunting or fighting skills would hold up against a beast like that. Cats will cat. My jaw still hurts a little bit from the dentist, so I gotta be careful with my mouth. Let's take out this piece. I still want to think about the design I want for the house. I know I'm kind of rambling scatterbrain style here because I don't really have much of a plan for exactly what I need to get to do this. So I think... Do we want to go to the island and gather some resources, or do we want to stay here and keep working on this? I'll stay here for a little bit, just because I want to finish this hillside, because I want to curve this. And make this less flat, because I still have this side of the island to work on. I was trying to... That's right, I was debating on what I wanted to do with this side, because the house is going to be over here, and I was thinking I could just turn this into like a cliffside, and have this go down into the ocean, and have like a little beach over here. I think that'd be cute. That'd be nice. So if we're on an island, I do want like a little beach setup. So I can get rid of this stuff back here. It's Felix. Felix is my cat. My little black cat. Is he still sleeping back there? Look, he moved. But he likes to fight things a lot. My hair's still getting in my eyes. It's this one strand. This one strand. It's just sitting in front of my face. Get out of here. I'm going the right way, right? Yeah. I'm terraforming in the correct direction. Yeah, I'm thinking for the house, I want it to be white and black. Which means I'm gonna have to do a little bit of quartz digging. So we might have to go to the nether eventually. But I don't want to do that today. Let's just keep going with the idea of like turning this into a little cliffside back here. So let's just cut this down. Let's get rid of this dirt. And then once we're down to the water, then we can scoot it around to make it look a little bit better. Because this is really square. I think like this. Ooh, scary. This is why I need to get a house set up. I'm living out here in the rain. I don't have a roof over my head. I've got a roof, but it's not a big roof. There we go. And then we'll cut down. That's what I need is sand. And we do have a desert biome that I can go pick up sand from. I asked before, I'm like, is anybody using the desert biome to like build on? And they were like, nope. So everybody's just agreed to just tear apart the desert for sand. So we're all just gonna go rip it apart. Do. I think this is a good shape. Do I? I do have free cam. Okay. I like my little camera drone. And so far, looks like the torches are holding up. Nothing's appearing. Sweet. Okay, so we've got our little ridge over here. This is what I need to do. I need to just like stare at this for a bit. Why is it striking my island? God, from back there it looked like the sheep got hit. Wow. There we go, so let's just keep going down from here. And maybe over here can be a staircase. There you go. Usually when I terraform, I'm like flattening land to prepare it for something, or I'm building a new structure like the red rocks I made. Pardon the motorcycle outside. So this will be interesting, trying to carve this out into like a little beach cove. I've gotta go bye. Goodbye! Have a good rest of your day! There we go, so I'm gonna get rid of this. And we'll bring this in. Then 27 PM, I will sleep soon. Okay. I want to now I'm determined. Now I want to get this done this episode. I want to turn this into a beach over here. That's it. That's what I needed, was a clear idea of what to do. Sometimes it takes a while to pop up. You gotta spin in circles for a bit before you find the direction you want to go. And that's okay. Wow. See, I actually kind of like the stones. So I might keep those there. Got those in. And I'll get rid of these. I forgot about this. Oh, the rain with the Animal Crossing music. Oh, it's heavenly. Oh, let's get rid of that. And we're gonna bring it all the way down to the bottom. And then, yeah, I want this to be a staircase. So we can make something cool over here. Ooh. I can see it. I want to have a staircase coming from the house. So the back of the house is going to be up here. And then we can have a staircase going out and down to the beach. So that'll be a little curve there. Nice. Hello. Excuse me. Nice. Okay, I'm seeing the vision. I'm seeing the vision. But we gotta get the land in first before we build the house. Because the house is gonna require a bit of quartz. So I think the next stream is gonna be going to the nether. I also need to set up a nether portal. I've been using other people's portals, but I don't have one of my own. So we can get that set up. So I got some nice gravel. We're gonna save that for concrete later. Do you think they'll come out with a new Animal Crossing game at some point? Or is New Horizons still new enough that they don't need to make a new one for a while? like we said earlier, that was 2020. I remember because that came out at like the perfect time because everything went into lockdown, and then Animal Crossing came out, and it was like the game to play while you were stuck inside during COVID. And you could go visit your friends' islands and hang out with them. I thought they announced something recently. They're releasing a big update for it to move to Switch 2. Okay. Because before, because I've heard about the update, and you get like the hotel and stuff. And sorry, I keep slamming my chair into the desk and making my camera wobble. I'm experimenting with having a footstool under my desk to put my feet on, but it's too tall. And it's like poking my knees into the top, so I have to have my chair raised up so I can have my feet on it. Because before I swapped out my island, before I deleted my island, I did get an update that was like, oh, your island has a hotel now. And that was just on the regular Switch. So I've heard people saying like, oh, the hotel is just for Switch 2, but I'm like, I'm on the Switch and I got the hotel. So I don't know what extra pieces are just for Switch 2. But that'll be cool. Like I said, it's still way out of affordability for now, but someday, like I said, I'll probably be able to afford the Switch 2 when the Switch 3 comes out. Unless Nintendo wants to give me one. How'd you like the new Amazing Digital Circus episode? I loved it. We were talking about it earlier, but I loved it. It was one of those episodes where, like, as soon as it ended, I rewatched it because I knew that, like, okay, there was definitely a bunch of stuff that I missed that I want to go back and try to find now. My camera's a little bit too high. Well, there we go. Now I can lower the chair down. There. I gotta be in the exact right spot, and I want you to see the dog. But I loved it. Like I said, I rewatched it a few times just to like pick up on anything that I may have missed. And then it's really cool just immediately afterwards seeing all of the theorists and the analysts go to work and start picking it apart frame by frame. I've also been following quite a few of the animators, so it's really cool seeing the behind the scenes bits that they give on like how they animated certain scenes. So like Kane playing the piano, the guy who animated that is a piano player, so he took the time to make sure that Kane was hitting the right keys for that like 2 seconds that the camera was on his hands playing the piano. Which is really cool. But I loved Kane's Crash Out and him. So again, if you haven't seen Amazing Digital Circus and you don't want any spoilers, hands over the ears for a bit. But the part of him being deleted, just how they did it, made it so unsettling. And like there was no confetti, there was no sound effect, there was no like explosion of like this character disappearing. He just boop, he was there one frame and then he was gone the next. And just his little wait. And it's really cool. I loved pausing the episode to read the words that were on the screen while Kinger was like doing his coding to like try to get into the system. And so far, I think the biggest mystery is like who he was talking to, because the computer was obviously talking back to him, and it was purposefully trying to mess him up so that he would accidentally delete Kane. Because, like, he didn't do that on purpose. So I think whoever was talking to him inside the computer kept, like, fudging the buttons so that Kinger accidentally hit it at the last second. The other theory was that he just hit the delete key because it was his first time using a keyboard using the big cartoony glove hands. And he wasn't used to typing on a small keyboard with those. But I'm really curious about who was on the other side of the computer. Because there's a theory that it was Bubble, but as we saw, Bubble and Kane were absent from the end credits, so it's like, did Bubble disappear along with him? Or is Bubble still here? But so far, him not being in the end credits is like the only clue we have as to whether or not he'll be there, whether or not he was deleted as well. It was also really weird seeing how Bubble was like acting in the episode. Like there was obviously something wrong with Bubble as well as something was wrong with Kane, something was wrong with Bubble, as he was like not glitching out, but you could see like his not a single coherent word was spoken. So, and of course there's the theories that, okay, Bubble is what remains of the second AI that Kane like took over, and Bubble is just like what's left over of it. And now that Kane's out of the way, Bubble will be able to like use his full power. And, you know, grow a body of his own with a suit and a little cane and top hat. No matter what happens, it's going to be super fun to be there for the finale, to see how it all wraps up. Also, can we appreciate the animation on Kane while he was doing his tap dancing? Like, his whole song and dance thing, like, I wanted to, like, pause it frame by frame it because just his dancing was so stinking smooth. I loved it. We got to see him in a sparkly suit before he went. We got to see him at maximum riz before he was deleted from this world. Let's see, I need sand so I can start decorating down there. I want some cobblestone. I do have cobblestone. I have a singular piece of sand, and I can put my other pitchfork. I'm getting my words completely wrong today. Put my other pickaxe away. I've got an abundance of dirt. Don't need that, don't need that. So a cup of dirt. This box is getting surprisingly full. Gee, I wonder why. It's as if I've done nothing but terraform since I've got here. But we have some gravel, we have some cobblestone. But yeah, for Amazing Digital Circus, it's really cool being part of the fandom as the episodes are being released. Because every show that I've been a fan of, I've gotten into it after the show has ended. So like, Gravity Falls. The first thing I ever saw of Gravity Falls was fan art of Ford. And I was like, oh, these characters look interesting. And I went a little deeper, and it was like a few pieces later, I was like, oh, I wasn't supposed to see that. And then I started at the beginning and watched it through. Same thing with Steven Universe. But I got into it. Like, I learned what Steven Universe was, like, the day that, you know, the big rose and pink diamond reveal happened, because Hinata called me crying about it. So the first thing I ever heard of Steven Universe was like, oh my god, Rose is Pink Diamond! Like, okay. And then I started the series from the beginning, knowing that. So for Digital Circus, this is the first time that I'm actually part of a fandom as the episodes are being released. And I'm having a blast seeing the theories and the fan arts and people analyzing every episode as soon as it comes out, and just being part of the mystery and being like, I don't know what's gonna happen next. Who knows? But then hopefully, so after Digital Circus ends, that means that all those animators will be freed up to go work on their other projects, so hopefully we'll get more of Gaslight District now that they'll have more hands to work on that, because that is a very complex looking show artistically, and it does take a lot more work to like make a show in that style come to life. So hopefully they'll have more hands available to work on Gaslight District. And then Knights of Guinevere has just been chugging along in the background, getting ready for episode 2. So we've got a bunch of cool stuff coming even after Digital Circus ends. And can't forget about Lackadaisy, which I'm excited for. I don't know how long it'll take for the full season to be animated. I know they're like midway through it. So like nothing is ready to be shown anytime soon, but they're absolutely working full speed ahead on animating Lackadaisy. Which, again, it's really cool seeing Lackadaisy reach the fame that it has. Because I remember back when I was trying to make a webtoon, the Lackadaisy was like a comic that I came across just on a whim. And I was like, oh, this looks really cool. I really like the art style. And I read through it. Just, first and foremost, just get an idea for like how to put a webtoon together. And I ended up obviously really enjoying it. I love the art style. Every time I look at like any work of Tracy Butler's, I get inspired to like go and draw my own stuff. Because her stuff is just it's so solidly put together. It's so loose and gestural, but at the same time, like I said, it's solid. The eyes are in the correct place. As the body moves, everything moves with it. And there's just such a solid artistic understanding underneath the silly cat drawings that makes it just a joy to look at. And I think that's what I'm struggling with my art, is keeping characters consistent and like just stuff like turnarounds. So like I can draw a goofy character, but then as soon as I try to turn their head, the features like move, and characters changing every time I draw them. So that's what I'm trying to practice, like as I do my Tales of the SS Hermit character cards. I'm trying to get a more solid base down underneath the characters so that as they move, they can stay consistent and they don't shift around. And something I'm realizing that I'm having a really hard time keeping eyes in the correct place, which is why I'm kind of leaning more towards just simple dot eyes. Because like the Professor Layton style, just black dots, because those are a lot easier to like put on a face that's turning. Let's get another shovel. See, these two I can smash together later. And I'm an axe for any trees, and let's just go find some sand so we can start digging back here. If I can find some moss, that would be cool. I think moss would look pretty. There I am. And if I'm going... no, I have a bed there. I have a bed. I have it labeled as sand. Perfect. But it's a long way out. No nifty tricks from animation school to help with that? Practice. Because it's like, I know how to make the guidelines. It's just doing it again and again and again until you get consistent enough that it looks good. So that's just something to practice again. I have been doing a different style of like putting guidelines on the face. No, because that's right, I just remembered. We had of course figure drawing class. And then there was an anatomy class and another anatomy class that focused solely on the head and hands. And I didn't get into either of them because I had to take different classes, or the class was full by the time I got there. So I did miss out on my, at least human anatomy classes for drawing. But so that's where it is cool, like looking at my art, you can see exactly what I learned and what I didn't. And like, damn, I wanted to get into the anatomy class so bad. Because the teacher was also really cool. She was a forensic artist who actually helped put together like skeletons that they dug up with like paleontology or crime scenes. Okay, we have sand all the way over there, but we also have a little bit of sand over here. There's sand! Actually, is this... Resource Island? Okay. I'll just go this way then. But yeah, for the face, I also haven't done, like, art studies in a while, which is what you're supposed to do to practice. I've just been, like, doing my character drawings and comics and using those as my studies. But I need to just make myself sit down and draw a person. And do it again and again and again until you get it right. No, don't do it until you get it right, do it until you don't get it wrong. What was it, like Bruce Lee that said that? I don't fear the man that has practiced 1,000 kicks, I fear the man who has practiced one kick 1,000 times. So that's just something I need to work on. Bonk. Really hope nobody's claimed this island, because I'm gonna start shaving it. I was going to my resource island, but because my resource island has a bed. So I didn't bring one with me. Oops. But yeah, I keep starting to say this, but for drawing faces, I started doing a different technique, because normally you draw a face and you put like the crosshairs to go down the middle of the face and across the middle of the face. And then at the cross is where you put the nose, and the eyes rest on the middle, and then of course the mouth sits on the same middle line. And it's pretty handy. But I realized with that, I'm still, even though the eyes are on the correct like line horizontally, they keep shifting to like around the cheekbones or like closer to the nose than they should be. I'm getting out of here. Look at that coral, that looks cool. So I started doing this thing that I saw somebody else do with their character drawings. So instead of doing just a crosshair on the face, you make the crosshair, but then starting from like the temples, you make like a circle for the side of the head, and then following that circle, you make 2 lines straight down that hit the jawbones. So then it's just another set of guidelines. So then you have line down the middle, and then 2 lines going down the jawbone, and then the eyes sit in between that. And then that helps a lot more with keeping the eyes in the same place while the head's turning. But then I immediately started a project that involves characters who don't have normal faces. So I'm gonna give you guys a sneak peek of it. I started making, pretty much immediately after the episode ended, I got an idea for an Amazing Digital Circus animatic. I have never drawn any of the characters before, and I immediately dove into animating 2 of the hardest ones. So it's going to be between Kinger and Kane, and it'll be to the finale song from the Frankenstein musical, where Frankenstein is confronting the monster, and he's confronting him and he says, "But I have come not out of vengeance, but of shame. I have followed you to seek your grace, to fall upon your mercy and accept the blame. Damn the man who does not give his all to help his son to live. Forgive this foolish father. And it's gonna be Kinger singing that to Kane. And action-wise, it's relatively simple because it's just standing still, moving the head, moving the eyes. But like I said, it's two of the most difficult characters to draw because Kinger's just a chess piece with eyes. He doesn't have a mouth, he doesn't really have cheekbones. In order for him to, like, bend his neck, you gotta, like, bend him like a macaroni noodle. And then Kane is just teeth and eyes. And when he talks, the mouth around his eyes moves, while simultaneously acting as his eyebrows. So he's a very complicated character to move, and just in the few frames that I've been drawing him, my appreciation and I am just in awe of the way the animators were able to move him and make him so emotive with, like I said, teeth that are talking around his eyes while acting as his eyebrows. And it's like, that's cool. That is so cool that they were able to do that. And that the animators who worked on him were able to give him such life with those features. Alright, so now we're at the island, so I gotta look for where I left my bed. I think I left it on the other side. And then, like I said, Kinger is, again, just eyes, and I had to look off of how somebody else drew him for an animatic to figure out how to, like, translate him into 2D a bit easier. And what they did was they got rid of, like, the tennis ball eyes, and they just made it, like, flat oval eyes that are, like, in the face. And I'm like, that'll be a little bit easier to work with, especially since, like, for 50% of the animatic, it's him from a side profile. And if I put big eye up top and small eye at the bottom, the small eye just looks like a nose on the other side of his face. Where's my bed? So I'm taking my time to make sure that I draw them both well. So at the very least they're recognizable, but I'm at the same time excited to be drawing them. Because they're both just so unique looking. I hear you. Also, on a side note, I might have to implement some chat rules. I'm not sure how to do that, but I'm sure it's easy enough so that when you log in, when you hop into the chat, you see a set of rules. Big one, no backseat gaming. Because that was getting a little bit annoying earlier. Because I've had, you know me and my playstyle, I go slow. I'm learning how to do stuff at my own pace. And then to have people come into chat and criticize every single thing that you're doing. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you critting? How come you're not eating that? How come you're not doing this? How come you're not doing that? Is like, well, you're taking the fun out of this pretty quickly by talking like that. So, like I said, I'm used to people talking to me like that because I play the game very differently. And people who are more knowledgeable don't like that. So I'm going to see what I can do to set up some chat rules so that people don't do that as often. Because it's like, I know people are like passionate about their games and, you know, sharing information and knowledge with others. But But if you see somebody playing a game a certain way, and your immediate reaction is to start belittling them for doing it wrong, you're just being a bully at that point, even if you're not meaning to be. I don't think there is any right way to play Minecraft. Exactly. And then you have like people who've been playing it for years who have read every single bit of lore about it, and they see somebody playing it wrong, and they're like, I must tell you to your face that you're doing it wrong, even though it literally doesn't matter. So I will implement a no backseat gaming rule. Took a piece of lipstick off. All gamers, in my opinion, have their own playstyles. Exactly, you understand that. Majority of us understand that. But then you get people who were in here earlier, and I'm like, oh, it'd be funny if I ate the watermelon off my roof. And they're like, watermelon is a terrible food. You shouldn't be eating it. Because it's not the best food in the game, and it's not the correct thing to do. And it's like, dude, we're having fun. Stop it. I don't know, just a little bit annoying when people keep doing that. Automatically, even when I uploaded the little Pokemon short of like the me naming my Pokemon, I pissed off so many people because they didn't like the team I had. And they were like, and because I called, Luxio a lion, they were like, Luxio is not a lion actually, and you should be referring to it by its correct name. And I'm like, I don't care. But, it's also, I live to piss off know-it-alls, because I'm a know-nothing, and they can't stand it. So I live to piss them off. But if you're in my stream and you're jumping on other people, you're jumping on my own chatters for also talking about how they play the game, I don't like that. I don't like that. I thought the person was talking about actual watermelon. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell. It's like, here's a comment. Here's a negative comment in return. Okay. I didn't want to mute them, but they're getting a little bit. Their tone was coming across as a little bit mean for my taste. So I'll keep an eye out for them in like future chats. It's also difficult like when it's, a small audience, because then you can read every single chat that comes in, and it's a lot harder to ignore when somebody is like being a little bit annoying. It's like, bro, just watch. You're here to watch a stream. Calm your ass down and just watch. You're not my boss. You're not my mom. I don't have to listen to you. And I'm gonna keep moving slow no matter how many people it pisses off. Like I said, I was just thinking of this the other day. In terms of like picking up hobbies or like trying new things, nothing takes the wind out of your sails more than know-it-alls. Like, you can tell people, like, don't be afraid of failure. It's okay to make mistakes all you want. As soon as somebody pops up and is angry at you for doing it wrong, that nothing makes you want to drop a subject more than somebody talking to you like that. So for the love of God, if you're trying to like pick up a new hobby or start something new, you gotta avoid know-it-alls like the plague. So they will suck the fun out of it and they'll make you not want to touch it ever again. Yeah, I'm sure that if at the beginning of me trying to learn how to draw, if I came across somebody who was like, you're drawing wrong, you're not doing it correctly, you have to do it this way or else it's wrong and you're failing, I probably wouldn't have continued to draw if there were people like that around me. And like the people who talk like that, it's like, it's very obvious that they have unresolved issues of people talking to them like that. And it's like, dude, take your unresolved family trauma elsewhere. And then they disguise it because they're like, oh, I'm just trying to be helpful. No, you're a bully disguised as a nerd. And it's very obvious that you're enjoying making people drop the hobby. Luffy says, I'll give advice if asked, though I did go to school to be a teacher, so I do tend to try helping by reflex. But that's a little different than the you're doing it wrong, though. Exactly, because there's a difference between talking like a teacher and, you know, talking like a bully who's just, you know, kicking you. Because there's definitely ways that if you want to give helpful information, you can just phrase it in a nice way and be like, hey, fun fact, if this part is giving you trouble, you can do something like this. Or if you want to do it faster, you can do it by this method. But if you barge in on someone and say, like, your method is wrong and you're stupid for doing it that way, it's like, ooh, I bet you have a lot of friends. Ooh. I can feel the unresolved anger issues just radiating off of you. Please take your vibe elsewhere. And that's what I try to do with this community here. Is that the biggest message is I want to try to fight that and tell people that it's okay to fail, because there are so many know-it-alls and like people like that people are afraid of being yelled at for doing it wrong. And I want to make a space where it's like, dude, failure is what we live for. Failure is how we learn. It's okay and encouraged to screw things up in the most disastrous way. Cartoon Deck says, I'm gonna stay on stream, but I've edited a good chunk. Good for you. Good job. I need to get back to editing my video because it is a huge one and I really want to get it done by Friday. Speaking of failures, I did have myself muted for a good portion of the recording, so I'm gonna have to do a voiceover over top of it. Hopefully you won't be able to tell what part though. Anthony says, so been making sure I know I've tried to help you on some streams or tell you about stuff. If I ever come off as a jerk, just tell me to shut up. Oh, don't worry, because you have the correct tone of not being a bully about it. You're not coming in here being like, you're doing it wrong and you're stupid for doing it that way. You're genuinely coming in with like, here's a tip for if you want to do it differently, if you want. Like, you don't have the tone of like, how dare you do it this way? I'm doing it correct and you're not. Like, you're not a snot about it. You're actually like trying to help with like facts and stuff. Yeah, I've been around so many just know-it-alls just in college and seeing them beat up on other artists, and like they'd look at me and be like, well, you're doing it correctly, so I won't bully you. But then they'd go to somebody who's like less experienced and just absolutely rip them to pieces. But like, why are you drawing like that? Why are you doing it like that? And just watching that person's spirit get crushed in real time is like, oh, I want nothing more than for all those people who talk like that to just shut up forever. And it's like, it's clear that they know what they're doing. They know that they're hurting people when they talk like that. It ticks me off. So like I said, I want to build a community where we can fight against that, where we, you know, treat our failures with the same amount of excitement as we do our successes. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to. Nope. There's the monster. There we go. Oh, I got some stuff. I think we're good. Oh, I should have brought a shulker box with me. I came out here for sand. And I've just got... Do I have a box? I have 2 crafting tables for some reason. I need to make a chest. Put my garbage in. There. And I'm gonna need to swap out shovel soon, so I'll swap you out and keep you. There you go. Being fun update, I'm fully off of the mind-altering medications, so yay, awesome! Yeah, hopefully that's going well for you. Hi, Bear. Hopefully things, ow! Hopefully things are on the up and up. There we go. There, I live. I have the torches. Do I want to light up this island, or do I want to just tear it up completely? Luffy says, it was so funny watching Hinata get stubborn about some of the stuff she was doing in her Minecraft stream when she picked Minecraft back up after not having played it for a long time. Aw, I said I missed that. I'm gonna have to watch her VOD. I said I'm not getting notified when my friend's going live and it's ticking me off because I want to go heckle her. It's my favorite pastime. Yeah, that was and still is in some circles a major issue for gaming. A lot of potential new players have been chased away by the "you're doing it wrong" crowd. I think that applies to any interest. Exactly. Like I said, picking up hobbies and doing like physical stuff, and it doesn't even have to be like crafts or, you know, gaming or stuff, but if you're trying to take the first step into any subject, nothing will kill your vibe more than a know-it-all telling you you're doing it wrong when you're literally on the first level. And like I said, we wanna try to combat that as much as possible and tell people that, hey, that's not cool. I thought the diorite dropped the bone for a second. I was like, that could happen? It's like going to a gym to try to get in shape and then being judged by gym bros. Exactly. It's like, oh, you don't already have biceps. It's like, no shit, I just got here. And that whole standard of you must be immediately perfect or else face judgment is ruining a lot of things for a lot of people. So we must fight it by being as violently positive as possible. No, there are ways we can combat it by, you know, just showing people the people who talk like that are in no way correct. And it's like, those guys are not the norm, and they're not the people who you even want to be around. There we go, there's some more coal. And then of course there are some gym bros who will see someone struggling and help them. Exactly. Like, gym bro itself isn't a bad thing. There's assholes, and then there's people who aren't assholes. And if you see somebody talking like that to somebody else, don't be afraid to be like, hey, it's not cool. That's not cool. Stop talking like that. You're coming across as a real jerk. Soraya says, I'm the most annoyingly positive person I know, and it makes so many people mad. It definitely works. Yeah, because they're like, no, you're supposed to be miserable. It's literally the crying face meme next to the Chad. They're like, you're supposed to be miserable. I'm supposed to be making you upset. Why aren't you being upset by the things I'm saying? And it's just the Chad being like, because I'm happy. We must strive to be the happy Chads of the world. And spread it to other people. That's a big thing. Is like I said, in college I saw a lot of people who were just getting stomped on by know-it-alls and bullies like that, and it helps a lot to show them that, like, hey, not everybody is like that, and in fact the people who talk like that are not the norm. There just so happens to be a big crowd of them here. But in the real world, a lot of people don't talk like that, and it's actually frowned upon to talk like that. And by all means, I give you guys permission that if somebody is in chat and, like, making you uncomfortable, you're allowed to. I give you full permission to call them out and be like, hey, knock it off. And that'll help alert me to, you know, mute them or boot them. You know, don't be afraid to go, teacher! Because sometimes when because I'm focusing on stream, I'm focusing on the game, I'm focusing on talking, so sometimes I don't see everything that pops up in chat. But if somebody's ever, you know, being a jerk, by all means, send off a message, or you have my permission to tell them off. Be like, hey, stop it. So then I can tell them to stop it. There you go. They're not the norm, but they're the loudest, so they get heard. Yeah. And it sucks. So like I said, we gotta do our part and let people know that, like, hey, just because they're loud, it doesn't mean they're right. By no means. And letting them know that, hey, somebody talking to you like that isn't correct. And that they're not people that you want to be around anyway, so just leave them the hell alone and go keep doing your own thing. And let them sit in their misery. Some people aren't happy unless they're miserable, and they're not happy unless they're actively making other people miserable. It's like, okay, you go have fun doing that. I'm gonna go have fun making people happy. And I will have a longer lifespan than you. I have a tendency to give the person the benefit of the doubt, like the person who was on here earlier. Yeah, I think some of their comments that fell off might have been due to English not being their native language and probably lost in translation. That's where I was like, I didn't want to mute them, because I'm like, I think you're just not aware of how your words are coming off. But I'm gonna keep an eye on them for if they show up in future streams. And we'll just watch to make sure they don't say anything over the line. And that goes for not just that person, but like anybody else who shows up. Like I said, if I want to be a streamer, that's just something to practice, is being, you know, in front of the crowd and being able to talk to multiple people at once, while at the same time keeping an eye out for any holes in the ground. Well, if that wasn't a Looney Tunes moment right there. Let's see, how much stuff do we have? We are almost full, and we have a lot of cobblestone. I came out here for sand! Oh. I just realized we got a cool little dripstone cave over here. Did you just fall through a hole in the cliff? Yep, you see that little square up there? But they hate pets. Yeah, just blatantly saying, like, why do you have a cat? I hate cats. Is like... That's not lost in translation. You just came across as mean. Or like, oh, they're McDonald's colored. I hate McDonald's. Okay. Cool. Like I said, that's just part of training to be a streamer, is getting used to all kinds of comments coming at you and learning how to deal with. And it's like, do I ignore? Do I say something? Like I said, it's all part of learning. It's not everybody who comes in here is going to be a ray of sunshine. There are going to be people who are in the middle of having a very bad day and looking for a fight. And it's part of... Just made a path. Like I said, it'd be part of the streamer training to learn how to deal with that. Call down the hammer of dawn and obliterate their existence. Exactly. And there's a floating block! Get out of here. Get out of here. Also, at some point it would be helpful to actually have, like, chat moderators. Because I think as the channel grows, that's something that I'll be looking for. I know some people from Hinata's chat who are moderators for over there have volunteered, so in the future I'll call them over to be chat moderators. I think that'll help. So then I don't have to be like chameleon eyeing it, of like eye on chat, eye on game, eye on this, making sure everything works, while at the same time responding to stuff, while thinking about like, oh, how do I respond to that one? So I think that'll be helpful. Looks like you're in a tug of war for number one. Fight! Do it! I'm throwing the die, right? I don't know if I'm gonna be... Actually, if I'm gonna be making a white building... Throw the dirt away. I'll keep that in there, because I realized if I'm gonna be trying to make like redstone farms, I have a feeling that like cobblestone and dirt as just raw materials to put stuff on is gonna be helpful. But while the sun's up, let's see if we can actually get some sand. Do I want to go down? There we go. This shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, I will add that to the to-do list to try and find some moderators. Let me up! There we go. And that's just part of a growing channel, which is a good thing, I guess. There we go. Unfortunately, you're gonna pull ahead. I'm about to go on the Beanstream Drive here in 10. Livy says I should be focusing on work anyway. Nah. Listen to me. Focus on me. I'm the most important person here. I do appreciate how much I've had people saying that like they listen to me in the background. And I'm like, yes! Because that's what I do with gaming videos a lot, is that's what I listen to when I'm eating dinner, or that's what I listen to while I'm trying to do my chores, or I listen to Game Grumps when I go to sleep. If you listen to me to go to sleep, it is an honor of mine to serve you. Because we're living in stressful times and good sleep is hard to come by, so if you're listening to me to help yourself fall asleep, I am honored that I have that position. Okay, we got a few pieces. Let's see if there's any more. I could go back to the sand island now that it's daylight, but I could pick up the bed and go there. That's what I could do. Since His Royal Majesty is not in the room, you're in the running for being the most important. Ah, I see how it is. Also, we got cows if we want to grab 2 cows for cow purposes. I needed a bunch of leather for something the other day. What was that? Oh yeah, when I was making, so over on Stonevania, I'm making the racetrack. I don't remember if you guys have seen anything of it, because I was building that last week. And I don't remember, I'm sure I talked about it, but I don't think you guys have seen anything of the racetrack yet. It's definitely one of my favorite builds that I've ever made so far. It's up there with the red rocks. But I got the horses together and I realized I needed to make the leather armor for the horses so that they could each be different colors. And I was like, oh, I need a lot of leather. And I went out and I killed every cow in my savannah region, and I was only able to make 3 horse armors. I was like, oh, this is why people have cow farms. But thankfully somebody was selling them. He said, I gotta make sure I don't neglect editing that episode, because it is a chunky one. It is a big one, it's a long one. And after like a day of editing, I was only halfway through it. So I know that I'm gonna have to. I want to go to the gym today, so that my back doesn't hurt from sitting down. Whoops. And then I want to keep editing it, because like I said, I had myself muted for a portion of the video, but I know how to fix that, and it's similar enough to doing a voiceover for animation that I can pull it off pretty well. And like I said, hopefully you can't really tell where the voiceover starts. But I'll challenge you to find the spot in the episodes where that happens. But yeah, I'm super proud of the racetrack, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. 'Cause like I said, that's probably my favorite build that I've made so far. Because it was so big and so complicated, but so simple. Because the actual track itself isn't that complicated to make. Because it's just, you know, an oval. But the work that went into it just took so long because the scale of it was so big. And it was like a simple build, but on a giant scale. And then afterwards, there were just so many little pieces to keep track of, like getting the horses names on, getting the leather for their outfits. It's getting the redstone in to make the 3, 2, 1 go. And all these final pieces that had to go into place underneath of the big giant simple thing. Do you think this is enough to make a beach? Probably not. I am gonna have to make a chest just full of sand. Hi! It's the IRS! Cartoon Vic says, I feel for you on the big episode. I have an episode for another game I gotta edit after our co-op episode. It's a 3-hour recording of a different co-op game that I did with a friend. Oof. 3 hours. That's cute. But no, you're just starting out, so editing a 3-hour video is gonna be big. It's gonna be a big undertaking, but you got this. You got this. I believe in you. I believe in you! Because the thing is, I have just so much footage, because whenever I'm building something, I keep recording. First of all, just in case something interesting happens. And second of all, in case Flashback decides to bug out on me, or if a file gets corrupted during the time lapse. So I still have footage of the thing being built. And that did come in handy, because there were sections. So you have the racetrack, and in the middle of the racetrack, there's like these gardens. I forgot to hit record for Flashback when I was building the gardens, but I was recording regularly, so I still have footage of them being built. But because I just hit record and then keep it running for the entire build, that means that I have like 24 hours of footage to sift through to find the one moment when something happened. So it's a lot of scrolling and a lot of sifting through the sand to find the little gold piece. Ugh, I gotta sit on my feet. I saw an ad for a cross-legged chair. But the thing is, it was like a Temu thing, so it's like it would probably break the second you took it out of the box, but like the style of chair where you could like sit on it cross-legged and then like spin the footrest around so you could like sit on it backwards was like, that's really cool. I don't want to buy it off of Temu because Temu sucks. But if it's from, you know, a different company that actually makes it well, I'll take it. Lucy says, I don't really have time or space to do much editing. That's why I post my VODs. I still have a recording of wheat growing on Hightail that I wanted to make into a time lapse. All I found when looking for how to do that was a bunch of stuff about how to make images into time lapses. Apparently, according to Google, what we usually call a time lapse in gaming videos is actually a hyperlapse. Ooh. Or something like that. It's cool. I know that if you want to turn it into a time lapse and you have a VOD, the only thing I'm thinking of is to like just put the VOD into editing software, find that section and like cut it out, get rid of the rest of the video around it, so then you just have that section and then time lapse that. Or if you want it to be a time lapse in the middle of the VOD, then again just put the whole thing into editing software, cut it on one side, cut it on the other, so you have the section of where you want the beginning and end to be, and then you take that and then speed up the time for that. Pretty simple to pull off. All you need is the scissor tool, right click, change speed, and there you go. There you go, but I've got some sand and some cobblestone. I don't need all of the cobblestone. I'd actually rather have more sand. I'm gonna have to come back here with the shulker boxes. And I'm running out of fish. The wheat growing is its own section, but I don't think anyone wants to watch wheat growing for 20 minutes. It's the taking that long bit and speeding it up to what I was trying to find. Yeah, if you just take the VOD and put it into recording software, you scissor tool it on either side of the beginning and end, and then you click on that individual section and you can change the speed for that. So you could just make it separate and then change the speed, and then the video will return to normal afterwards. There. You can do it. That's a simple one. Just for the length of an entire VOD, your computer might yell at you for having something that big in the editing software, so it might take a while to render afterwards to put it back into a video. But if you're using DaVinci Resolve, you can speed up that time by right-clicking on the objects when they're in your media pool. If you right-click them and say Generate Optimized Media, I don't know what it does when you do that, but by saying Generate Optimized Media, it changes the file somehow so it's not as bulky. Because what happens is when you render something, it's taking every single individual media piece that you put into it and rendering them individually along with the changes you made to it. That's a cool looking island over there. So by hitting Generate Optimized Media, you're pretty much smoothing out anything that isn't necessary information so that it doesn't crash trying to read every single pixel. So if you generate optimized media, then you can turn it into a simpler file for the computer to understand. It doesn't change anything about the video. It just makes it easier for the computer to read while it's rendering so it doesn't crash your computer. And then when you go to render, you need to select under advanced settings, use optimized media so that it knows to go to those files. I'm impressed that I have it memorized, but that's just because I've been doing that pattern for so long. Sorry, I meant to put video instead of section, but yeah, I can imagine a whole VOD would make the software go crazy. Yeah. Like I said, try the optimized media thing. And that's if you're using DaVinci. I don't know if it's the same for Premiere or other softwares. But give it a shot. Give it a shot. You can do it. Here we go. So which? So this is the section that we all agreed to just demolish for sand. So I think I'm gonna take this Hershey Kiss looking thing and I'm gonna start taking this down. Look at that perfect dollop of just like icing. Boop. It's so perfect I almost don't want to destroy it. Too bad, I'm taking it. Is that a shipwreck or is somebody building something? Hold on. Oh, I forgot. I have camera drone. Let's go see. Is this somebody's stuff or is this just here? That's just a shipwreck. Cool. And then the void. Is there something down there? Ooh, under the water we've got a... I try not to use the free cam too much to look underneath, but check that out. It's exposed like cake. Ooh. I need to find a better cave to go into. Let's see, I haven't done anything in DaVinci. When I tried loading a video of Benny to edit it, DaVinci didn't like it because apparently iPhone videos are a weird format. Oh yeah, I remember that happening with, when I went to upload, the screen recordings of my Professor Layton videos, it wouldn't accept them, even though they were MP4s. So what I had to do is, on the iPad, I got a video editing software, which is It's a simpler one, which is what I use to like edit the shorts, because then I can just put them up on TikTok right there on the iPad without going onto the computer. But there's a video editing software on the iPad called LumaFusion, I think. I got the iPad right here. Let me look. Let me put in the effort to not give you guys misinformation. Yeah, it's called LumaFusion. And it's just a simple editing software that can be fired up on the iPad. I don't know how big of a file it can handle, but if you have a video that you want to transfer from phone to computer, so what I had to do with Professor Layton recordings was that I screen recorded them on the iPad, and then I put them into LumaFusion, and then rendered them as a movie out of LumaFusion. So I didn't do anything to the clip itself, but I just took the MP4 of the screen recording, put it inside of LumaFusion so it came out as a movie, and then I put that in the drive to send over to the computer, and then DaVinci was able to accept that file. So there was a little bit of extra work involved just to move the files over to the computer. And that's another reason why the Professor Layton videos kind of stopped, is because it's just a lot of work to actually do them, and I think my storage is so full that it literally can't handle me recording anything else until I move all of my photos off of my camera. Because I've got like 15,000 photos that are taking up all of my storage space, and I need to move them over to the little terabyte box so that I can actually do stuff on my devices. I might have to do that today, actually, because I did get the notification of like, your storage is full. You're not allowed to take any more photos. I'm like, oh. So I need to find a way to just like select all and just move everything over to the terabyte box so I can just start over with 0. That's where I miss the SD cards. Like, I think it's annoying that we don't have SD cards anymore, where it's like the SD card holds so many photos and then you take it out and you swap in a new one. That was a lot easier to deal with. I didn't bring the bed with me, dang it. That's what I said I wanted to do. But anyways, I think for a small area of beach, this should be enough. Oh, that's cool. Look at the little pocket of water. I love that. There we go. I started moving all my pictures completely off my phone. I did finally get the 99-cent per month extra storage, but I'm still in the habit of moving the pictures. Yeah, I need to... I don't want to give Google $2. I'm not giving them that. The thing is, I think on one of my accounts I had it because I needed extra space for like my films in college. And I'm like, oh, I don't need that anymore. And I got rid of it. But yeah, I just have like 3 years worth of photos. Longer than that, actually, because I've had my phone for like 3 years. And it transferred all of the photos from my old phone to my new phone. And so that's like 7 years worth of photos, probably, that are on my phone. I've got like 15,000 that just need to be moved over to the terabyte box. I'm gonna pick out a few that I want to print of like, you know, meet my friends, meet my family, so I can print them and like put them on the wall, and then everything else is going in the box. Everything else is going in the box. And it's weird because I do take a lot of screenshots for like reference photos, and I just know that as soon as I move them over, I'm gonna be like, oh, I need a specific screenshot of the thing that I found a few weeks ago. But I don't want to end up like, ow. I don't want to end up like those people who never put anything away, because what if I need it later? No, it's garbage. You don't need it. You won't need it later. If you need it later, you'll find it. Goodbye! Where is... Resource Island is still right over there. Okay, so let's see if we can make it without getting murked by a... Ow! Let's see if we can make it without getting murked by anything. Was that just a pufferfish? Did I just run over a pufferfish? Ow. Look at that glowing green. I love that. I was talking about this with some of the other Stonebania people the other day, is... So we've had discussions of like colored water before, and how cool it would be if when you picked up water from a biome, it stayed that color when you put it down. But in order to do that, you'd have to change like source blocks for water, and I don't know all the coding that would have to go into it, but it'd be complicated. But I was thinking it would be interesting if you could change the color of water in Minecraft depending on the blocks that you put underneath it. So if you put mud blocks down and you put water over top of it, then you get the green swamp water. If you put coral blocks down, then you put water over top of it, then the water would automatically change to be the nice cyan. If you put like sand down, it turns to dark blue, the ocean. So I think that would be a cool way of being able to change water. Is to just change what's underneath it. And especially with like the sulfur biome, in the sulfur caves, they're gonna have those green pools of water where like you sit in them and they make you nauseous. And it would be cool if you picked up the sulfur, the red and yellow blocks, and you put those down, you put the water back over top of it, and then the water turns green. So I don't know, so the water makes you nauseous. I don't know if it's gonna be the water itself, or if it's gonna be just based on the environment it's in. So if you pick up the sulfur water and put it down somewhere else and sit in it, will it still have the same effect, or will it just turn into regular water? That's something I want to experiment with. I should probably put some torches around here, if this is gonna be my resource base. I hear spiders. There, spider. There we go. So I've got a good amount of sand. Let's keep looking for more, and I'll keep the bed here. So I think one more trip ought to fill up the inventory, and then we'll just take a boatload of sand back. I think some people are going to be annoyed with the nausea because they were excited to have another way to make water bubbly. Aww. Too bad, the bubbles make you sick. Where's my sand? Sand! Another loud car going past. Look at that singular tree out there. Just perfectly framed. Oh. Yeah, I'm excited to see if we'll ever get ways to color water. That'd be cool. I know some people have made mods for colored water, and it's like all the colors of the rainbow. Or you do something where like you just dye a bucket and then you get pink water. I was wondering what the noise was. I was like, new mob? Nope, just a motorcycle. I love those spires in the back there. That is a cool looking island. Look at all the cows over there. we go. Oh, also the shipwreck reminded me. I forgot that we didn't have our yapping session about my latest Tales of the SS Hermit chapter. Because that was like 2 weeks ago at this point. But yeah, I'm working on the next chapter. I got to like the halfway point and I stopped for a bit because I wanted to just go write a different chapter for a different section. That's the downside, is that as I'm making the current chapters, I'm getting ideas for like future chapters, and my brain's just pinging to like something that's gonna happen in book 2, and I gotta just sit down and write about what happens in book 2 for a bit, and then come back to whatever chapter I was on. So right now I'm on... The last one that was uploaded was chapter 12, and I'm currently working on chapter 13. But we're going to be introduced to a new character. And I just think it's very fitting that they're arriving in chapter 13. So we're gonna have... Oh, I just realized that for the beach, I could do the trick that I've seen some other builders do of like accenting the sand with like birch planks because it's very similar color to like texture the sand. So maybe I can try doing that. I do have birch wood. We'll give that a shot. I think I have enough to make a good looking beach. But I think next stream we'll start working on the house. So I'm gonna draw up some designs for the house. And I'll take a screenshot of the island so then I can map it out to scale. And then I'll come up with some designs, and then once I know what it looks like, then I'll have a better idea of the materials that I'm gonna need. I know it's gonna be white and black, so I want black glass and white quartz. But for quartz, we gotta go to the nether. So I think next episode, we're gonna have to journey down into the depths. Go. That'll be fun. I think next episode or next stream, I'll make the Nether portal and we'll find a spot to put it on our little bean island. Oh my gosh, what if I make the island in the shape of a bean? I don't know why I didn't think of that last time before I started terraforming. What if I make the island in the shape of a bean? That would be awesome. But yeah, anyways, back to Tales of the SS Hermit. It was fun writing the scene of Exuma going underwater. Because I love any opportunity in the story to like just include Minecraft pieces. So like Exuma discovering the shipwreck that had like the flag inside of it, that's just straight out of Minecraft. You finding shipwrecks and finding chests full of stuff. The fact that he found like a bag of gold coins and emeralds and a compass inside the chest inside the ship is such an obvious, you know, nod to the source material. And then when he's like walking along the ground underwater, and he's seeing like all the garbage that was thrown down there, he's like, and there were glass bottles and horse saddles for some reason. So So that's all the stuff that you would normally fish up out of the water. But I love adding any kind of like Minecraft element into the fantasy story, just to remind you where the story came from. But then in the next chapter, we're taking a turn kind of away from any kind of like normal Minecraft physics and just going straight into I made it up fantasy. I'm still thinking of like what to do with Cub's character though. Because I've been trying to... I need to watch more of his actual, like, Season 5 episodes. So I get a better idea of what to have him do. Because we have Cub studying dark magic. And we have something that's going to happen that involves dark magic, but I'm like, I don't know how much I want him to be involved in it. Because I didn't really plan for him to be part of that. I think his main thing is definitely going to be like studying the allays and the vexes. And the villagers. I need to make sure I get a good chapter in to describe them coming across the villagers. Because in this fantasy world, the villagers operate similarly to iron golems or copper golems, where the villagers are clay golems that have been enchanted to come to life and do a task. And the pillagers are stone golems, who have also been enchanted to come to life and do a task, but the task is evil and violent. So now that the hermits have like explored the main area around the campsite in the village, I need to find a spot where that's a bit further out where they wouldn't have seen the villagers yet. So maybe it's like on the other side of the mountain is like a farm, and whoever was living there had a bunch of villagers. And even though the person had passed away, the villagers for all these years have just kept doing their tasks. Oh, there's some coal. We've hit stone! There we go. I think it would be funny if when they encounter the villagers, they're like trying to figure out how they work. But then maybe somebody has an emerald on them, left over from mining. It'd be funny if it was Mumbo. So Mumbo's gonna have like an emerald that he found while mining. He's super proud of it because he found his first emerald. And a villager comes up to him and they're kind of like, you know, poking him with their little sleeves. And he's like, oh, do you want this? And it's like, and it's like gesturing for him to give it the emerald. And he gives it the emerald, and it just, by power of magic, turns the emerald into a bundle of sticks. And then hands it back to him. And Mumbo's just staring at it like, It's just, why did you do that? Oh, and inventory is full. I think this is enough to get started on our little beach project. So now I must find the boat. I must find boat. Where is boat? Where is boat? There's boat. Back home we go. Off to one of those islands over there. My island, 2,000 blocks away. There we go. While we travel, I will give myself an inflate praline. I got a tin of pralines. That make me very happy. They spot Jevon's emerald necklace and he just swats them away. If you come towards them with any kind of emerald, they will just try to grab it. I imagine they're like Roombas, where they just kind of like bump into you until you give them what they need, or until you make them go away. That is kind of how like pathfinding operates. The pathfinding of mobs and the pathfinding of a Roomba are very similar from what I understand. They just kind of bump into things and fall off cliffs. It'd be funny, since they're clay golems, it'd be funny if, like, if one accidentally just walks off a cliff, it just splats into clay. And if you, like, recast the spell, you can heal it. And then, the same way that the villagers are able to, like, transmogrify, that's the word for like changing objects through magic. If they're able to transmogrify like an emerald into sticks, then that's how they make the baby villagers, is that they're able to create more villagers if you give them something to make another villager. So if you give them, maybe instead of bread you give them, you know, a block of clay, then two of them can get together and, like, through the power of two, transmogrify the clay into a brand new villager. And then, like I said, the pillagers would work the same way. Except the pillagers have been programmed to basically be security guards or hunters and guard a certain area and look for certain things. Look at all this coral! This is so pretty! Look at that! Enjoy the music while I eat my praline. Oh. Coal. I think this is what Sam was talking about when he said, I think he said that on the other side of Zen's island is a piece that has a bunch of coal inside of it. But that's still close enough to Zen's that I'll ask him permission before taking pieces out of that. Look at that, look at that. I think that's stripped pale oak, calcite, and diorite. Cool. There we go. I wanted to see if I could find some moss, but alas. Actually, I think there should be moss at spawn because we have... I'm gonna keep... No, I don't have space to bring it back. Let's drop our stuff off. And then... we'll go to spawn and see if we can pick up some moss. Because I think a nice dark cliffside, even as like... just as that small little area over there, I think that would make a cool looking beach. So is there a cobblestone away? Throw our dirt. Throw the gravel, and I forgot we already have a box of sand. But now we have more, because I'm going to be using a bunch. And eventually we do want to save sand so that we can mix it with the gravel to make concrete. I'll come back for that. So let's sleep, first of all. And then we'll head to spawn and see if we can pick up wood, because we just need a singular block of moss. That's all we need. Maybe handing them food just activates a function to make another villager, since you've proven that they could sustain more life. Yeah! You hand them a piece of bread and they just transmogrify it into another creature. Like I said, I need to think of how... It's more specifically like where to introduce them. Because that's what I'm working on now, most of all, is figuring out the timing for the rest of the story. Because I wrote down some notes, because I have all of these like scattered ideas of things that I want to happen, but I need to figure out the order in which they happen, and so that they happen in a way that makes sense, and so that we're following the story of like Cub learning about dark magic, we're following Scar's story, and we're following Mumbo's story. So at this point in time, we're following all three of them separately. Hello. And I need to make sure that everything is timed correctly so that all of their stories like affect each other at the right time. Because I'm getting a kick out of the people who are in the comments picking up on the fact that Scar is definitely in tune with the black magic and that it seems to be following him. And people are like, no, I'm worried for him. And I'm like, good. You should be. That's right, I didn't refill that. Anyways, let's go see if we can find a piece of moss. Because I know there was like lush caves underneath here. Like, yeah, lo and behold. Do you think I'd get in trouble if I just took a piece off? Community bee farm. Open to public. Hi, buddies! Villager trading area. Oh, it looks like it hasn't been put in yet, but we're gonna have a trading area over here. Cool. Oh, I can see on the map. I wanna go see the... Hold on, what's the copper? Let me just... Oh, no, I've got slowness on me. I keep forgetting that driving over that does that. Oh, here we go. We've got an archway. Ooh, this is new. This is the shop that Bambi's been making. So this is Bambi's Vine and Dine. Oh, and they've got... She's got flowers, apples, materials to make a birthday cake, baked potatoes, bread and cookies, candles. Carrots farmed by happy villagers, free range and cruelty free. Support local, eat jungle. I love it. I imagine these are a stack for one. Okay, so we're gonna have to bring some diamonds over here. Have I used this before? No. No villages were exploited in the production of this food. All profits go towards providing better lives for local villagers. Visit Bambi Island. That's cool! Yeah, her stuff is really cool. If you want to go check out Bambi Builds on YouTube, like, her videos are really nice. Very cozy, very relaxing. And you get to see her make cool stuff like this. Like, look at that, that's terracotta! To make the purple, magenta, and pink. And then the little oven, the little waiting room. Share your story. Cool. I love it over here. And then I've got the little archway. 2 stacks for 1 diamond. Oh! I can buy more cod! Heck yeah! And then sea pickles so we can light up the ocean around us so we don't get hit by drowns. Employees only. Shop information. Deposit. Custom orders. 2 stacks for 1 diamond. I imagine you throw the diamond in there? Welcome to the fishbowl. What do we sell? Prismarine? Prismarine bricks. Sea lanterns. Shards. Crystals. Cod. Interested in a custom order. Fill out the order form. Got it. Cool. I wanna see what else is back here. This is nice. Oh wait, that's the warped fungus in stripped warp wood. I've never worked with stripped warped wood before. I haven't gotten to that building in my western town, but it seems really cool. That's a really nice color, and it goes very well with like pink and white. 1 stack, 2 diamonds. This is... Here we go, and here's Prismarine. Prismarine shards. And then just regular Prismarine. Cute! I need to put my diamonds in an ender chest so I can pull them out when I'm over here. I still want to build, I'm not gonna build copper core over here. But I want to build a tiny, like, copper ship. There we go. Emmy's personal things, not fishbowl stock. Okay. So if I recall, I'm trying to keep track of, like, everybody's names, because I'm still relatively new here. I think Emmy and Squishy are the same people. That's the same person, with 2 different names. Same thing with, like, Sam and Airfurin. Airfurin's a screen name, but Sam's just what we call him. Like how Martin's game name is in the Littlewood, but everyone's like, nah, we're calling you Martin. The fishbowl sounds like an aquatic coliseum. Healing spells are necromantic in a fantasy series I've read, so I don't tend to think of black magic as automatically bad. Exactly. You're onto something. You're onto it. Because the thing is, and this is what I'm trying to like build up with the world building. I also forgot we have a little enchanting table down here. Oh, I don't have a fishing pole. Oh well. I came here to get moss. Come on, don't let me leave without getting a piece of moss from somewhere. I don't have any bone meal. Except, could I just take a piece off the top of the building? Can I just take a piece off the back? And then just bone meal it to make more? Let's see if we can go down into one of the caves and just pick up, because we just need 1 piece. We need 1 singular piece, and I'm gonna take this coal out. But what I'm trying to build up with the world building is to sort of get across that this is a world that is still recovering from a very long war. So you hear it mentioned again and again is the 100-year war or the century-long war. And that's the one that B-dubs and Etho were the field medics for that. Etho was originally like special forces. And then after getting injured, he became a medic. And then B-dubs worked with the cavalry as pretty much a veterinarian. And he also eventually transferred to being a field medic for people. Plug up your holes. So this is a world that's still very fresh from a very large war, and it wasn't until I wrote the last chapter that I decided to write what the war was about. Because a lot of stuff was planned out, but a lot of stuff is also still just being made up as I go. And that was one of the things, is that like as I was writing the lore down, I'm like, oh, what if the century-long war was specifically about dark magic versus light magic, or as it's referred to as like either light magic or normal magic. And what if it was specifically about dark magic versus light magic? And that's why everybody is like especially cautious about it. And that's why it's being like banned in cities where it's like you're not even allowed to read about it. Because they're still recovering from the damage that was done. And then while still... Is this somebody's place, or can I take a block? I don't think this is claimed. I'm gonna... Okay, there's a chicken. Okay, it doesn't look like anyone's over here, so I'm going to climb up here and I'm going to take this. And that's all I need, is a singular piece. And then I can make more. So right now we don't need a lot, we just need a few pieces for decorating. There we go. Do you have any plans to write a chapter from Cleo's perspective? Eventually. But it's gonna take a while. Before Cleo is actually available to speak. Uh-oh, it's getting dark. I'll try to stick to the lights over here. I got my singular moss block. Uh-oh. Well, there we go. So, like I said, as I was writing the last chapter of Cub doing his research on dark magic, was when the idea came to me that like, oh, the century-long war was about dark magic versus light magic. And what if... I think this was mine. What if the actual battle was versus, like, these dark magic cultists who were, like, roping people into, you know, their belief system, and that all dark magic is suited to rule the world. And that's why there were so many people from like different countries fighting it, is that these guys it wasn't a specific country versus country, it was a group that was like infiltrating every country available and trying to spread its way into like every single government on the planet. You know, power-hungry leaders disguising themselves as, you know, helpers of the people to get people to follow them. Sophia, welcome! We're talking about my fanfiction, Tales of the SS Hermit. There you go. Luffy says, a lot of times when stuff is banned, it is related to someone making money. Like wacky tobacco, hemp ropes were cheaper and easier to make than cotton ropes. What the? Yeah, I imagine in this world, like, dark magic is pretty seriously banned in a lot of places because they're still recovering from the war and they don't want anybody to like get their hands on it to even learn about it. Which means that a lot of places that are banning it are also banning other things like, you know, history books and books written by people of other species. And when Zedaf shows up, he's gonna have some words to say about that. Bunk. Kaylee, hi! Welcome, welcome! I'm talking about my fantasy story that I'm working on. Oh, let's try to sleep before we die. And while we work, we're gonna try to terraform a beach. So I've got some sand. We did get some more coal over there. So we're gonna put that in a box. Skeleton burning, good. So I see, what's your fantasy if you had a chance to design a world? Well, that's pretty much what I'm doing here, where it's a Hermitcraft fanfiction, but it's only like 20% Hermitcraft, and then 80% just me world building, like a D&D steampunk fantasy, just for fun. It's a world where I imagine I do want to write more stories in the world that I'm using for this. Just because it's got so much depth to it that I'm like, I could make a brand new set of characters and just set them loose in the exact same setting. And then, you know, just have the hermits doing their thing on the island in the background. So the world, like I said, it's steampunk fantasy. And imagine like the setting of like Lord of the Rings. So very heavily, so I know Lord of the Rings inspired D&D, but the setting here is like very heavily inspired by like Lord of the Rings, D&D. You've got your elves, your dwarves, your halflings, your magic spells, witches, wizards, all that jazz. But imagine that setting, but time has now advanced to the Industrial Revolution. So you still have all of the species of, you know, your elves and dwarves and halflings and satyrs and centaurs, but the world has advanced to like Victorian Industrial Revolution era, where factories and machinery is becoming more and more common. And I guess another good reference for it would be like Legend of Korra, where it shows how this magical world of elemental bending is influenced by like Industrial Revolution. You see how bending is used in the factories. You see how there's this push and pull between the magic coming from the natural world and the industry that's being built, like destroying the natural world. And it's like it's like the two sides trying to find a middle ground of like, how do we use this to our advantage? How do we do this without damaging the other thing? So I guess you ride as well when you have spare time? Yep! It's, Tales of the SS Hermit is up on, I almost said Redbubble. It's up on AO3, and I've got a good few chapters written in it, so it's gonna be, like, novel-sized. Like I said, it's like 20% Hermitcraft, 80% just stuff I made up. What was I doing? Copper, I gotta put stuff away. Tongue out for maximum concentration. Mob bits. Mob bits. There we go. I remember what I named the boxes, but I don't remember where I put them. Okay, so I have a whole box dedicated to bone meal. That's right. If I just set moss block on top, what happens? My god. I forgot this is hollow, so this probably isn't the best spot to do that. But now I have another piece to work with. I'm gonna keep that there. I need a more solid place to put this down so I can actually dig it up. Actually, I'll just save that for when I decorate the side. So I'm gonna put you in there. Remind me when I'm looking for my moss later. There it is. There's famous lines. Your experiences are the ultimate desire of your world, so thoughts has mind. Yeah, pretty much. What am I doing? I'm gonna put the bone meal away. And it's time to utilize some sand. I need sand and I need a shovel. All of my shovels are almost broken. VT, welcome in. Howdy, howdy. We're talking about the fantasy fanfiction I'm writing while we're trying to terraform a beach. Anthony says, so in the aftermath of the big war, I forgot if you gave it a name, Amerstat and the other country, Kalilia, just did what any superpower would and seized control while military powers were unstable. Yep. And I wanted to set it up in a way where there's no obvious good guy. It's, you know, not, you know, the World War II propaganda of, like, America versus Germany, of, like, we're the good guys and they're the big scary bad guys. This is a world where, like, two very obviously evil forces are fighting each other, and it's like everybody in the middle is like, can you two just stop? We're trying to exist over here. And again, with, you know, fanfiction and writing being a way of helping to interpret the world around you and make sense of your feelings. Well, there's gonna be a lot of allegories for stuff that's going on in today's world when you read it. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, you're definitely talking about what's happening in America right now. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fanfiction fantasy story that I'm writing. It's kind of Industrial Revolution, D&D, but with Minecraft physics and magic systems. I guess I'm gonna take this out and I'm gonna put the sand down inside of it. There you go. Speed says, I have some fantasy things, if you want to see that. If I know your Discord, I can show you that. Alas, I am not giving out my Discord, but if you feel free to like post them on YouTube, this is kind of like, YouTube is like the only social media I have. I can give you a follow and see stuff if you post it. I know that's not the best way to set it up, but I wander around Pinterest a lot and YouTube posting, so that's mostly where I see stuff. Katie says it sounds interesting. Yes. Like I said, I'm currently writing chapter 13, and my shovel is about to break in a few hits. There it goes. Do I just punch it with my hand? I don't want to build a new tool. I do have enough copper. I could make copper tools, I realized. Let's do that. Let's make some copper shovels. Just to finish clearing out this area over here. A sheep. Where was I? But yeah, it's a fantasy setting, set in Industrial Revolution. And there's a lot of allegories to, you know, stuff that's going on in the real world that I'm not gonna be shy about, like, trying to hide it. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, that's... You're talking about what happened in the news yesterday. Like, yep. Because this is my little world and I get to use it as a spot to work out my own feelings and thoughts. I have a singular stick. I need more sticks. Spare wood. I will turn the oak planks. 2 sticks. And now I make shovels. That'll be enough. We'll throw the diamond ones away, and at some point we'll use Zen's anvil to smash these together, see if we can spare them. And back we go. But yeah, so I imagine the century-long war was fought between... Basically, there was this rise of a dark magic cult. And it was, you know, started by people who were just hungry for power, but they used dark magic as, like, the tool to, like, draw people in and say, like, dark magic is misunderstood. We've been vilified for centuries. We should take what is rightfully ours and take our place in the governments and, like, make the world fit to our needs instead of everybody else's needs. You know, convincing people that they're ostracized. And it was like midway through writing that sentence of like Etho kind of explaining what the war was about is when I had the idea of like, oh my gosh, what if Cub's brother was one of the cultists? So as the story goes, I hope to like unfold some more details about that. But that was kind of what I was missing, is that that's his motivation for trying to study dark magic, is that his brother got roped into the dark magic cult and was on the opposite side of, you know, the war that Etho and B-dubs and the rest of them were fighting. And so now Cub is determined to like continue the research his brother was doing into dark magic to learn how it worked, because his brother was like a very scientific person and he was interested in learning more about how dark magic worked. So I don't know how deep he actually got into the cult and like how much he actually believed what they were talking about, but his brother was definitely interested in learning more about it, so he joined. But then the cult, you know, ended up being this massive operation hell-bent on, like, toppling the governments of the world. So now Cub is still kind of grappling with the fact that his brother willingly joined the bad guys, and now he's doing his research on dark magic to try and pick up where his brother left off and to prove that dark magic in and of itself is not an evil thing. But because the war was just fought against dark magic, that's kind of the opinion that everybody has. Like, everybody knows somebody who was lost to the hands of a dark magic mage. Hello! And that's gonna also be a big theme in the story is... what's the word? Is dealing with stereotypes. So especially just amongst all the different species, you're gonna have people expressing stereotypes, whether it's intentional or unintentional, and learning that like, oh, that's just something that I was told by the people that I grew up around. Now that I'm actually with these people, I'm realizing that that's not true. And with dark magic, the magic itself isn't inherently evil. So Cub is correct in his thinking, but again, the stereotype is there that it is something that is only used by evil people. Oh, there we go. skipping to a different subject, is the crossed out eye a superstition that people use to hide from the Watchers? Or if a certain bird boy looked at something marked with it, would it be all blurry or something? That's just something I'm working out, but the crossed out eye is definitely a superstition for people who don't want, like, the Watchers to see what they're doing. And I'm gonna have to, like, check back on what I wrote, because I'm pretty sure I described the flag that they found to have the crossed out eye. But someone in the comments was like, oh, the eye is open, that's interesting. I'm like, did I write that correctly, or... So I'm gonna have to check that. So the eye that they find it is a crossed out eye. And that's why, like, Jevin being a pirate, he has that tattooed on him, because a lot of pirates had that sort of as a symbol of we're operating outside the law. But I imagine if a Watcher were to actually, like, look through it, because there's the superstition that, like, if you draw an eye, that's sort of directing the Watchers to observe what you're doing, because you want it to be, like, marked down for history. Hey, sort of, you know, witness me. But also things like birch trees with, like, their natural eye markings, or, like, moths. Anything that has an eye marking can become, like, a window for a Watcher to look through. There we go. I thought it was open initially, but then it was later said to be closed, so I assumed it was a crossed one. Oh, did I say it was open in one scene and closed in another? Oops. I missed that in my editing. Good catch. I'm gonna have to go fix that. What do I need? More sand. More sand. Yeah, so I imagine any kind of eye symbol would be a window for a Watcher to look through. If they choose to. It's not like forcing them to, but it's like a little opening. Like, ooh. Ooh, I just realized the eye of a hurricane. That'll make sense for something that happens later. AO3 archive of... Kaylee says, where's the story at? Like a website? It's on AO3. And I will say, since Kaylee, I know who you are, don't read anything else on the site. give it a few years. But you can 100% read my story on AO3. Just don't wander around the website too much. You might come across some stuff that you don't want to see yet. But yeah, you can read my story on there. Boop, boop, boop. How do you plan to write in Totems of Undying? Well, they're pretty much gonna work similarly, where if somebody gets hit hard enough to kill them, the totem will sort of give them their life back. So imagine if somebody were to, you know, fall in battle, but they had a totem on them. It would spare them from dying and kind of keep them stable. It wouldn't, like, bring them back to full health, but it would keep them stable enough until they were able to, like, get to a doctor or something. So they'd be super weak afterwards, but it would, like, if you were holding a totem and your heart stopped, the totem would, like, kick in and make your heart go again. So, magic. I definitely want to write in a scene of a Totem of Undying being used at some point in the story, or someone's gonna get absolutely blasted with something and they'll have a totem on them and it'll save them. Let's make that some more sand. Like I said, once I put all the sand down, I do want to experiment with some birch. Some birch planks to texture the sand. Put some over here. Got one more. Oop, right there. I was hoping for the magic senzu beam type of totem where they just exploded and were like a god for a minute. I imagine it would work like similarly to in-game where you'd have that explosion of like energy of like but it's this magical force that would like heal you and like take you back from death's edge. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Oh, now I'm getting excited to write. Look at that, we made a beach! And if we have enough, I'm gonna... no. I'm gonna carry this over this way. So then the beach kind of starts over here, and then it gets bigger as you go around the corner. There we go, now we'll pick up the grass bits. Aw, sad they can't get it with age limits. Aw. What was the story on Webtoons called again? I'm sorry, I don't have the story that's up on Webtoons anymore. But someday it'll come back. It had my real name on it, and I realized with some of my earlier videos I had it linked. So I had to take it down because it had my real name on it. But someday it'll come back. Yeah. Doot doot. But in the meanwhile, because like I said, Kaylee, I know who you are in real life, so I could probably find a way to send it to you. Oh. Get out of here. Block. I had to take it out behind the barn. No, it went to a farm. It went to a farm. I still have all the files. So, but it definitely is in need of a rewrite, because it's still a really good story that I'd like to share someday. It's a story I was working on all throughout college, with like aliens and superheroes and forbidden love, stuff like that. So someday it'll be cool to bring it back. But right now, I've got Tales of the SS Hermit on my mind. That's my baby. Working on the webtoon prepared me with the writing knowledge I needed to take on this giant fantasy novel. It sounds like an awesome story. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to write. I was working on it for a while, but like I said, I got to a point where the story just got too big, and I was rewriting it so much that I'm like, at this point, I'm just gonna have to like shelf it and wait until I feel ready to work on it again. But it'll come back someday, because I think, like I said, working on it gave me the knowledge I needed to take on the story of SS Hermit. And then I feel like working on SS Hermit will give me the knowledge I need to go back to that story. I was gonna go back and reread it, but it makes sense. I gotta go now. I might be back. Bye, goodbye! Like I said, I'll see if I can find a way to send you the story so you can still read it. Doot, doot, doot. You know, just in Google Docs form. There we go. A good, little trick for putting in texturing on a spot like this, between, like, sand and just sandstone, is to make the Tetris blocks. And it's a good way of getting a quick and dirty pattern down that looks natural. Tetris. There we go, so now we actually have some sand over here. So now I'm thinking, do I want the gravel? I don't want the gravel, that's ugly. The gravel is ugly! We need it for something else. So we're gonna knock these down. And I think these pieces, I'll cut out more of these and then replace it with like the not blackstone, the dark cobblestone. What's that called? Help me out. What's the dark cobblestone called? Deep slate. I'll swap these out for deep slate. Boop. Boop. There we go. A nice smooth bend. And I'll actually make this carry on this way. So again, we have it stretching a little bit further. I'll have a little path over here. You know, a little tide pool would be cool. God, we're going on 4.5 hours. Oops. Oh well, I'm not leaving until that beach is done. But we need some more sand. I forgot I had more sand. I'm gonna get rid of the dirt. My dirt box is full already. Oops. I'm gonna need another one. So we got the sand. Let's get the deep slate. And let me just throw some stuff in the junk drawer. Not you. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. So we've got some deep slate. We got some gravel. What goes well with deep slate? Do we want to try andesite? Because that's a little bit textured. Are you making the island bean shaped? I forgot about that. Hold on, let's see what we're working with. It is already kind of bean shaped, but now I've got that sticking on it. Eh. I can make the house bean shaped, but if I just moved the beach completely to over here, then that would complete the shape. It's so tempting! Maybe. We'll finish the beach over here, and then we'll scoot the sand around later. Actually, let me go get the bone meal. And the piece of moss. There we go. So we got our finning out. I don't even know if I'll keep that finning out there, because that was just a prototype to see what materials I would need to build it. So that one might not even be staying there. Did it? I do think the little tide pool is cool. So maybe if I stretch this out like this way. I do like the tide pool. What if I just put some stuff on the bottom? But now that's a little bit too long, so I'll block it off there. I'll build it up underneath a little bit. That. There we go. Now we got a little tide pool going on. I like that. And I have some more torches. I should probably be using them. And now I think knock that out. And let's see. Because I want this to be like it fell off into the ocean and then the sand got put here. So I'll take this ledge off so it can go straight down. Hello. I'll scoot this in a little bit. I'm focusing. I'm in terraforming mode now. You get to see the master at work. And then we will put deep slate. Outside like this. I think that's a good start. Get rid of that. We're just gonna get rid of all these stones. We don't need these. We don't need these in our lives. There. I'm getting excited. Look at that, look at that. Get out of here. but now that is too symmetrical, so now to smack it up a bit. Nope, too symmetrical. Put that in there. Oh, my poor pickaxe. There we go. We'll make it dip in a bit. So you get a little cove. There we go. I'll actually take these out. Just got back from speedrunning a shower. What doing? I'm trying to add some deep slate to the wall to make it look like a natural cliff face. I think I need to make it more up and down and less sticky outy. There we go. He said I'm focusing very intently. I think that looks good. I don't like the ground, so we're gonna swap this out for sand. We'll see how much life the pickaxe has in it. Ooh, lapis! Hello. Hello. There we go. Luffy says, done with work, enough to go feed Benny and have supper myself. Awesome! Tell Benny I said hi. Yeah, I know we're going on the 5-hour mark, but now I can't stop until this is done! It should be done pretty soon. I'm gonna take out the stone, and then I'm going to throw the moss on. We're gonna throw on some moss and dirt to put our greenery on top. And then we'll see what decorations we can make on the bottom. Oh yeah, it's a plastic bag, a modern equivalent to a tumbleweed in an Old West setting. I imagine so. They certainly act like it. They certainly act like tumbleweeds. I haven't seen any tumbleweeds myself while I'm out here, but I've been told that they will appear. It is inevitable. Oh, just realizing I can add the sand on the inside like that. I can turn the sandstone into half slabs. I forgot. I can do that. I said I wasn't anticipating learning how to terraform a beach today, but here we go. Benny is lying in his new kitty bed looking out the window. Aww. I don't know where my boys are, and it's making me a little worried. I've been getting worried recently because our porch door, which leads out onto a balcony, has been getting blown open by the wind even when it's locked. And Laddie isn't too interested in going outside, thankfully, but I'm worried about Felix taking advantage of the open door and getting on the balcony and figuring out how to either get down and escape or not figure out how to get down and get down anyways. Barricade, yeah, I need to I'm gonna put something in front of it tonight so that it doesn't blow open. That thing is out here, the wind is brutal. We get wind advisories all the time. There we go, let me throw some deep slate back here. So it's going into the wall. There we go, I like that. And if I put some pieces on the ground to blend it. Nah. Not that one, at least. And that was the last piece. Perfect. So now I'm gonna take this and see what magic we can make with a piece of this. Oh, it doesn't go into the deep slate. Oh, well, let's just keep spreading it. Dang it, I thought it was gonna replace the deep slate. But if I take the carpets and some of these pieces, I can put dirt down to exchange that. I want these to look like they've been hit with ocean spray a lot. So you're gonna have some moss bits. Hey, what if it was normal deep slate, but mining it makes it cobbled? Ah! Dang it! Let's hit this anyway, see what happens. There we go, so it hits up the hillside if I do that. But now you're too high up. I'm gonna take the carpets. That's what I need, is the carpets to make the algae sitting on them. There we go. It doesn't look terrible. That doesn't look bad at all. Black sand beach, or just like the contrast? I like the contrast of like the dark rocks and then the sandy sand. So I wanted it to look like the cliffside kind of fell away, revealing the dirt on top. So like if you dug through the rest of the island, it would be deep slate underneath. Hair's poking me again. And then the sand was probably brought in artificially. See, let me hop up and see if I can grab some more carpets off of this. Just like that. And that. And I'm just gonna mossify this whole area. I'm just gonna keep spreading it. Ouch. Definitely moss. And now I'm out. I need more moss! We're gonna get rid of the grass. Oh, building in the rain. So relaxing. Get out. Get out. And we can use these bushes. Oh, I got an idea. We can use those as like decoration. For along the pathway leading up to our house. If we just keep mossifying the ground and just keep spreading it outwards, keep picking up the bushes. Keep the pink ones. I feel like if I step on it, I'm gonna slip. Ah. There we go, and I think you need to be moss. Oh, dang it. Got 3 more pieces. We're gonna put one in there, one in there. And one right there. There we go. I don't think that doesn't look too bad. I like it. And imagine once we get like the house up on top, then we can keep terraforming it like that way and adding more of the blackstone elements. Not blackstone, deep slate. I'll get it right one of these days. And then, before we go, let's try the birch plank trick. See if we can do a little bit of texturing on the sand. And I want to turn the deep slate into some buttons. So let's take this. Actually, I don't need that. Get rid of the seeds. Get rid of the string. So I've still got sand, I've still got some deep slate, so let's turn this into buttons. Do you know to turn into button? I guess you're right, regular... Oh, I can make some polished deep slate. We can work with that. And I'll make a slab. We can work with that. Let's throw that in there. I've been watching Exuma. Another question has appeared in my mind. Favorite music disc? The one that goes dun 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 dun. Let's see. I want to make some deep slate. Cobble deep slate. I don't have any regular deep slate. Dang it! Can't turn it into buttons. Oh well, let's do the, got acacia. I do have some birch. And some oak. There we go. Yeah, I like the idea of spreading the moss this way, and then we just keep picking up the carpets. Ah. So let's see. Just in this spot, so that would be birch planks. And then oak planks, where it's really wet. Oh, that looks awesome! Look at that! So now we're just gonna like scatter those across the edge to make like the wet sand. Oh, I don't have an axe on me. How does that look if I like stretch it across the whole thing? And then I put that in. There we go, and now it looks like wet sand. I gotta punch it again. And I should have 1, 2, 3, 5. I've got 3 left. Did it like that. That. I love that. I want to keep doing it around the whole thing. Ah! But now I've only got 2 left. So we'll just boop. And boop. Look at that. So like up close it obviously looks like wood, but then from a distance that looks like wet sand that just had water wash over it. That's cool! I want to keep doing that, so I'm gonna have to go find some more oak logs and knock them down so I can wrap that around the entire beach. I love that, and then maybe we can even do a little bit down here. I need to pick up some regular deep slate. I guess it works the same way where you just like put it in the furnace and it turns back. So I can turn these into buttons, so I can get little dark stones to place around here. Oh, I have a button. There we go. A rock. So I want to decorate this with like seashells and rocks and stuff. And then we'll put down our little lounge chair with an umbrella. And a volleyball net over here. And eventually we'll turn this over here into a staircase. That'll wrap up around to the house. And the house itself will be following, I think the house can follow the curve of this up here. So the house will be bean shaped. And it could be like level 1, level 2. So it'll be, so this whole section up here will be house. Blackstone buttons, you know what I'm talking about. Those things. Deep slate. So I think the house will be over here, and then this whole area over here can be like patio with a big outdoor area, maybe a pool. So this is gonna be like a modern vacation home. And we're gonna go all in with like making it super like extravagant and sleek. and just very fancy looking. But in order to do that, I think next time we're gonna need to make a trip to the Nether to get a boatload of quartz. I could also use stripped pale oak. So I think I'll combine the two. So we'll have quartz and stripped pale oak. And then that's where I'll find actual black stone to be the roof. And then black dye so we can make black windows. Because I really like black and white for modern builds. And then we'll see what we can do to jazz up the outside. Alright, so the terraforming is by no means complete. But we have the shape of the island down, we have the holes plugged, the hillside gone, and now we have our little beach area. I might cut that. I think I'll cut that sand off so it just makes a nice little curve. We have to say goodbye to the bungalow. I might move it to make it a shed over here, and it'll be like a little maintenance shed. Because I do really like the bamboo. But yeah, that's gonna be disappearing, and then we're gonna put a nice big modern style house here with big outdoor area, and then underneath it will be our storage for all of the materials that we're gonna gather. Because I think that's what I tried to make with the my house on Watercraft, but I never finished it. Where you have big fancy house on top, and then the basement is just full of all of your boxes and supplies and stuff. So I think that's what I'll do. Because for all these projects that we got going on, we're gonna need a lot of materials. So not only is this gonna be, you know, our base of operations, but it's gonna be where we hold all of our stuff. So now I've got a plan. Then you can say your shed is made of watermelons and it'll be a flex. Exactly, exactly. But for now, I think that is a good spot to end the stream. We did what we wanted to do. We finished the hillside. We terraformed the area, so now this is all nice and flat for us to build upon. And we made ourselves a little impromptu beach. I wasn't anticipating building this today, but I said I wanted to do it last time. Ow! No trespassers! Get back here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get off my lawn! And now, I'm super proud of using the wood for that trick, because I've seen so many people using it, and I'm like, I want to give that a try. And it looks awesome. So I want to get some more materials to keep doing that. I might even just log in and like do that on my own. Sand. Just to wrap up the beach. Because that's just a bunch of little details that I could just zone out and gather stuff together and plop them down. But yeah, I think that'd be it for today. Like I said, we accomplished what we wanted to accomplish, plus a little bit more. I'm still getting used to getting back into the schedule of streaming after getting knocked out for the whole beginning of March. And it's so weird. March is coming to a close, and I'm like, I lost a whole half of the month to be able to do stuff. Oh yeah, Wells' art was good. Awesome, thank you. I loved working on his design. He was inspired by Phoebus from Hunchback of Notre Dame with like the hair and the little goatee. At least his design was. Half of his design was inspired by Phoebus, the other half was inspired by a cute guy that I saw on campus. And it was like, while I was in the beginnings of like making my designs for the hermits, I was actively thinking of like, what do I want Wells to look like? Based on like, you know, in real life, based on like what he actually looks like in real life, based on his skin, how to combine those together. And I saw a dude walk by who was like tall, lanky, muscular. He had a very pointy nose, very pointy chin, and the most gorgeous, long, swooping hair. And I had to try my hardest not to do an actual like double take to look at him. And I had to do the artist thing of like conveniently trying to follow him. It's when you really want to look at somebody to like study their face and be like, oh, you're really pretty. You're the perfect face for a character. And you don't want to come off as a creep, but you kind of need to follow them for a bit just so you can get a register what their face looks like. So I kind of had to just like walk in the same direction for a little bit so I could, like I said, register what his face looked like, and I copied it to my memory and then just dashed off to my little cubby hole and like quickly drew what I could remember his face looking like, because I saw him and I'm like, that's Wells! That's what I want him to look like. That's his design. That's what his character should look like. So he's one half Phoebus from Hunchback of Notre Dame, other half that guy I saw in the hallway. If I freaked you out, I'm sorry, random guy, but you had a very appealing appearance. That doesn't make it sound any better. So let's bye, Bean. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yes, it is time to wrap it up. So, remember, if you're enjoying the videos or the VODs or anything else that gets put up on this channel, make sure you leave a like, leave a comment, and make sure to subscribe so you don't miss a moment of my cute face. This has been The Brave, out!